Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, May the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you, thank you, William. You can hear me, you can see my screen. Technical issue should be solved today, so you will not be hearing the little oink in the background all day, nor music. So, yeah, I looked at that best. I just can't see any specific news on it. When I first saw that pop, that percentage, I thought maybe it was a reverse split effective today. I just don't see any news on it at all. It's almost like this is a reverse split though, with that percentage increase. I mean, this was a what 27 cent stock yesterday. So my guess is that it's maybe it's a split. I just don't see any news on it though. I don't see it in Interactive Brokers, and I don't see it in our headlines. So, but that's what it looks like to me, some kind of a split. So what is happening today? Well, first of all, we're in for, as we speak, a positive market open. So that's number one. So let's take a look at Ross T. Sort of joined in the discussion about Ross T a little bit earlier. Yeah, we don't have these stores in Canada. The only one I ever went to was just in disarray. They're closing the aisle. It was just dark and dingy. It looked like one of those bargain basement stores you see from the movies in the 50s. But anyway, gap down, big, 24%. Gap down big. Of course, the retailer and a lot of the retailers, of course, after the big surprise on Tuesday or Monday with Walmart, and then of course Target followed up, and a lot of the retailers. However, Sandy, when you were talking about all I was trying to say was, yeah, it would look so. I mean, the odds are in your favor, I suppose, if you take a short ahead of retail earnings. But we always have to remember, not every single retailer gets hammered. So, for instance, here's Foot Locker. Now, it doesn't mean that Foot Locker isn't going to drift down, but certainly, Foot Locker, big retailer, that has gapped up. The Goose yesterday, it actually gapped up. So it's, I mean, it's still risky. I never, ever, ever hold anything through earnings. But again, that is just me. I'm very, very conservative that way, no matter what I might think. Everybody's saying just take any retailer and short it. Well, yeah, probably the odds are in your favor, but I just don't like to take those chances. CVET, if you're looking at it, I know Real posted a bunch of information about CVET. Yeah, they've received a $21 offer to buy them out. And then there's this one that did a financing, EWCZ, did a financing, and boy, has it ever held. 21.50 is the financing price, and so it is at 23.14. You would maybe anticipate it, especially depends what the market does today, that it would sort of backslide a little bit towards that financing price. Maybe that's what it is. Of course, William. Yeah, I'm sure that the manager makes sure. Yeah, it's a total mess. I couldn't believe how disarray it was. We've got winners up in Canada that can be kind of a little bit like that, but nowhere near what I found in that roster. But anyway, I just trying to find out how much money they raised. Yeah, so they raised pretty good amount of money, 4.5 million shares at $21 a share. So, let's say approximately $100 million. Not bad in this market environment. European Wax Center. What do they do? Oh, that's what they do. Waxing. Okay. So it's not car washes. This one I don't have a handle on at all. TIGO, there wasn't very much volume. TIGO, not very much volume. There still isn't very much volume. Again, I cannot see any specific news on it. I always like to pause and pause and pause in case some headline shows up. But on the 18th, they announced the terms of their rights agreement. Today's the 20th, so yesterday Scotiabank maintained an outperform. Somebody cut their price to 26.30 as a price target, but I don't see any specific news today for it. That's a big gap down. There's got to be something going on. But again, there's very little volume. This is shortable for me too. Interesting. TIGO. Get. I don't think I saw any news on this one either. South American stock, where are they out of Brazil? So South American stock, I just don't see any news on it. Every day we seem to be talking about Upstart, UPST. What a day it had yesterday. If you weren't here yesterday, look at this move it had. First had this big move down, and then a massive recovery, and then a little tail off at the end. So this is all over the place. UPST, of course, is in the news. Then we have FootLocker, FL. FootLocker is an earnings play and doing pretty well. My bias again would be to, depending on what the market does, is to sort of fade these pops, but we'll have to see once this market opens. RBLX, I don't think there's any specific news. Metastock, I don't think there's any specific news on it, but it is up 2.5%. Here's a Canadian company, SYTA. Another one that I don't see any news on it other than, the Maxim Group thinks it's going to recover. Okay, thank you very much for that. But SYTA, a lot of volume coming in, low float, only up 13 cents, 12.5%, but you never know. Again, once the market opens, you just never know. You know what? The one keep an eye on the TPNX. Now we watched this one yesterday afternoon. At least I was. TPNX. TPNX. We were watching this one yesterday afternoon. All right, I got the wrong symbol here, obviously. TNPX. Come on. If I had it right the first time. So my symbol is somewhere. It's just a minute. TNXP. TNXP. So we were watching this one yesterday for a break over that 210 level. Now it did at the very end of the day. I didn't take it. It didn't take it, but so they did a reverse split a few days ago, and I guess they released some news, which is classic. But if it takes out today, if it takes out 243, then it's got some room all the way up to this 4 level. So I'd be watching this one, maybe put a price alert around 243 and see if it takes it out on decent volume. And that is the TNXP. John Deere. Well, here's a retailer, another retailer, not quite obviously not quite this clothing sector, but a retailer nonetheless. John Deere earnings play, pretty big gap down for it, $22. More expensive stock, but some of you play those ones, so there's an earnings play for you. And another one, those of you who've been around in this room for a long time remember that I had this one, PANW Palo Alto. So it's an earnings play. Big gap up for it, 11%. Not a big float either, 96 million. But I had this one way back here. Seems like, well, it was years ago, 5 years ago, in the $120 level. Actually swung it. I rarely do that. I guess if I had held it from there, it would have been pretty good. And IMMX, yes, last on my list because it snuck in last. IMMX, it just snuck in here at 8:45, just as I was getting set to complete my list. Yeah, in the news, as others posted already, this is the news about it. And it's a low float. So yeah, this could be the wild and crazy one. Could be. The next high looking left, 269. What did it get to today? Got up to 270. So if you look left on the monthly chart, that is the next high, and that's where it kind of hit pre-market. If it can take that out, then three, then of course magic 537 way up here. So we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, the volume is still pouring in. It's a low float, 5.8 million. It's traded the float about 1.5 times already. So is it going to be super active? In China stocks are starting to rebound. I guess the big news is the government's starting to reopen slowly. So if you look at KWEB, so I'm not going to go over individual China stocks, but if you just want to take a look at KWEB as your proxy for trading a lot of the China stocks. See, I read that comment by you. I didn't quite see that in the I didn't quite see that unless it was also here. I just read this comment, China stocks as Shanghai takes reopening steps. I didn't see that interest rate. I'm not disputing it, of course. I didn't, but I did not see that. And then there's this one that I can't see any specific news on it. I think it's EVEC. This is a SPAC. And I was trying to see who they are looking to perhaps merge with. I couldn't quite see it. I don't know if it's in a done deal. Well, obviously it's not a done deal, but have they even made any overtures to somebody? I just can't see that in any of the headlines. Okay, but it is up, not very much volume, and it's an EV play. I saw some of the other EV players that were kind of moving. Here's another retail store, guys. It's not an earnings play. So, for instance, Sandy, as an example, but it's already gapping down quite a bit. But May 26th, so that would be next week. This is Burlington Stores. This is one, but I mean, it's already gapping down, almost as if it released. And Burlington Stores are trading lower in sympathy with Ross Stores. It's funny, I can't see that. I can't see that headline about interest rates being lowered in China. All right, guys, I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. EVFM well, it's only 50-cent stock. It's just hearing it over and over and over again, but it's only a 50-cent stock. EVFM just getting hammered, I guess, downwards. EVFM, but it's a 50-cent stock. Not too many upgrades. Real is mentioning Ollie's, OLLI. It has an upgrade. That's it. That's it for the upgrades. And now the downgrades. So another retailer, Dollar General, DG, Allstate. right, guys, there are the upgrades and the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. This one has been creeping up, with that big crazy price target, BKNG. It's a difficult intraday trader, but no question. I mean, it's been creeping up and up and up, BKNG. It's a difficult intraday trader, though, because it can whip around quite a bit intraday. But it has been creeping up. I didn't see the double upgrade. I just saw, as you know, I'm always looking for that, but I saw one upgrade. Of course, that doesn't mean that's just from briefing.com. So make sure of that, though. Yeah, see Bank of America. And a $75. Yes, I do see. Oh, I see. Now I'm looking at the headlines. Okay, I guess what I was a double upgrade. Okay. Sure, convention to former bear to bull, Bank of America. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant that there were several brokerages that were piling into this one on upgrades. Hmm. Okay, what time is it right now? 9:17. Let's take a quick look to see what sort of action we're having from the different sectors. Of course, we're in for a positive open. And let's just take a look at the major sectors and see what they're doing pre-market, 10 minutes before, or approximately 10 minutes before the market opens. And energy is almost 100% up. So again, if you're new to this, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, this is the XLE is the major ETF for the energy sector. These stocks are the ones that make up, you can't see them all, but if I scroll all the way down, these are the ones that make up XLE. So what that percentage refers to is 95% of them are up from yesterday's close, okay, above yesterday's close. Doesn't mean that they're, 10% above yesterday's close. They could be like, 0.00001%, and that will mean that they're above. Okay, so, but 95% of them are above yesterday's close. And so when you look at every single sector, and yeah, I mean, we're in for, as we speak anyway, a positive open. 89% of the tech stocks are above yesterday's close, 95% of the communication stocks. So, everything is green so far. And what I like to do is, about half an hour into the market, instead of sorting on the change from the close, I created another channel that is sorted on the change from the open, because that gives a clearer picture. For instance, if the market starts to slide, you'll see, of course, you'll see a lot of negative numbers, because stocks, if the market starts to slide, that typically means that stocks are trading below the open. Okay, I am now just kind of looking at some of the thumbnail charts I had from yesterday, see if anything is interesting. I mean, the SIGA, I guess we have to keep an eye on it. That was a pretty wild one yesterday. You can see the bottom. You see, look, wild because look at that daily candle. We had a big topping tail here, a big bottoming tail here. So, what that means, a lot of action here, up and down, up and down, up and down. So the high yesterday was 976 and the low was just a little bit under 8. So we're sort of in between that right now. So it'll be active still. I mean, 767,000 have traded already. So this will be an active. I gave you that yesterday, Raj. You asked me for that yesterday. Remember, I created it's just a channel that hopefully, remember when not just you, if you ask me for things, always save things to the cloud. The sector change, you asked me for that yesterday, I do recall. So instead of this channel in the doc channel bar in sector status, which is the channel, and you can make a change while you're in here, but the minute you leave and you come back, the changes aren't saved. So all I did was I said, okay, let's create another, just duplicate this one, but instead of change from the close, make it the change from the open, and then I saved that, and I created a little channel out of it. So guys, again, and again, I'm not picking on you, Raj, but I mean, if you're part of this test drive, and there is still time, you know, this is the last day you can sign up. It'll still cost you $11.11. So if you think it's worth a little less than or a little more than $2 a day, well, you get the balance of today, and then next week, then go for it. I'll just give you the link, and I'll give you access to our full premium service, except for auto trading. No auto trading. This is the last day that you can sign up. And by the way, Real, you know, you probably the next one, because we have so much support going elsewhere, it's nowhere near what it used to be when really I was the sole support person, because you know, people come and ask me questions all day long. But I would say even the last year is nowhere near as crowded during the test drive in this room. So yeah, a big one from yesterday, Nero, but it is starting to drift down. And this is actually, you know what happened? I just looked before, there were no shorts available. There's a big 1,600 shorts available now at Interactive Brokers, so there must have been a little bit of short covering as this one is moving down. This is NURO, a big day, of course, yesterday. Not quite as crazy as the SIGA in terms of the topping tail and bottoming tail, but still, you know, difficult. You know, 590. $4. I mean, those are big swings for a $5 stock. But it is starting to drift down now. And let's see, what is the market doing? So the market just flattening out. Let me, there we go. Okay, so the market is just kind of flattening out right now. We're in for a positive open. For how long? We don't know. Yeah, Grab was pretty active yesterday, GRAB. Grab was pretty active yesterday. Again, another one of these ones that sold off, 369, sold off down to 317. So it's above at least the, but to me, you know, again, you know, what did it get up to? It got up to that 368 level, and it just ran into all of this. So unless there's really some specific news on it, I mean, I do see Citigroup maintaining a buy, raises price target to $6. Okay, fine. But it's a big float, unless that float number is wrong. That's a huge float. I mean, 1.86 billion for a $3 stock. So it is going to take a ton to move it. So I don't know. I mean, it's just one of those ones. It's just unless it had other than that news, which okay, it's eye catching with Citigroup putting a $6 price target on it, but it's going to take a ton to move it out of this. I mean, this IMMX is basing nicely, guys. The next high looking left is that 265. So I'm not sure what happened here. I'm not sure. I guess it was one of those crazy low float, really, really low float IPOs a few months ago. I sort of remember it. Maybe not. It might have been one of those low float IPOs. Oops, excuse me. Thought I was on mute. All right, Mark is putting a little bit of a green bar ahead of the opening. We've got another little less than 3 minutes before the open. So I guess the prudent thing to do would be to put a price alert around at 271, which is the high in the pre-market. And you can see over here, 279. I don't know how long ago that is. That's March 18th. That was the high. Definitely on the Siga, yes. I've got this it's on the watch list. So if it starts to move, I will know about it. Yeah, I saw Sophie it was around $8, I think, right? Sophie, I saw it this morning. It was moving a little bit. Yeah, around $8. I just can't get too wild about it or enthused about it, I suppose. Better word. 633 million in the float. I mean, I know it's up 3.5%, but I don't know. I know there's been some upgrades, etc. But hey, I don't see any specific news on it. 1 minute, yes, 1 minute to the open. Well, everybody, let's have a great end to this trading week. It's certainly been an exciting one. We had one huge market up day and a couple of big down days. Now we're in store for a positive open but for how long is that going to last? So really, it's a matter of the first two 15-minute candles can kind of give a bit of a clue about the direction. If we get a big red candle to begin with, look out. And as usual, I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. We're now open. Okay, so how did that IMMX do so far? This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, even if I wanted to. All right, so we're starting to sell off. I mean, we're only a minute in, but we're starting to sell off that red candle. The Foot Locker is making a new high. It's almost taking out the pre-market high. Pre-market high is 32.70, so it's above that. So it is above that pre-market high. Okay, so Foot Locker on the move. All right, another one. It was hard to get a, well, I mean, we got a topping tail and a bottoming tail in that first 15-minute deck handle. I mean, we're only a minute in, so we still don't have total direction yet. Wow, look at Ross. No kidding. Wow, what a recovery. What a recovery. I mean, that's a massive, so from the bottom here, as 65, there's a $7 pop. Well, you're looking at the gap down, but look at the recovery for Ross. But it is early. Yeah, Foot Locker holding its gains so far. FL holding. Excuse me, RLX is moving down. It's actually, this is an earnings play. No action really, not that much action in the pre-market. This is an earnings play though. China, RLX. All right, Applied Blockchain. I wonder what they do. Anyway, APLD, this is starting to move higher. Really no action in the pre-market, but all of a sudden the market opened and wow, look what happened. So this is, and it just got halted. APLD just got halted. Just got halted. Substantial. Okay, so it's funny. I mean, there was the CEO reported purchase of 391,000 shares at 238 a share. And that was a Form 4 filing on Thursday. Really didn't react that much in the pre-market, but boy, the market opened, and I guess they're reacting to that news. Well, Keurig, Dr. Pepper. This is really sinking here, guys. This is in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's just too early for me to take it. If the only way I would do it is had it been an all-time low, it's getting closer. But KDP, yeah, PJ, I heard what you or read what you said. You actually thought that Rost may have a pop off these bottoms, and you certainly called that one, yes. Okay, Ollie on the move. OLLI on that upgrade. But again, it is early, guys. It is early. My only recommendation, if you're new to trading, I would probably sit out the first 30 minutes. I typically sit out the first 15. Sure, I will miss something like this if it just keeps running and running and running, but I'm prepared for that, prepared mentally for that. It doesn't really bother me. I've just seen too many times where in the first 15 minutes, stocks whip up, down, up, down. You take a position and you get whipped out of your trade. Just puts you in a bad frame of mind for trading. You know, you take these early trades and you take a couple of early morning losses. And so a couple things can happen. You can get into revenge trading. I got to make those losses up. Yeah, but plus it just puts you in a bad frame of mind. And we have our first halt of the day. Well, no, I'm sorry. We had APLT. APLD is halted. Now MDXH is halted. MDXH just got halted. Out of Belgium, okay. MDXH just got halted. Yeah, so this is what I'm a little bit of afraid of here, guys. So that now is turning into a big red candle. A big red candle selling off. So if you went long anything, you know, this has got some stupendous news to keep it going. You know, this you're probably, but you know, I would just sit on my hands if you're looking to go long something right now. Again, unless it has some incredible news. Hopefully you guys can hear me in YouTube. We had an issue yesterday with the sound in YouTube. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Yeah, so we're starting to sell off. How's K-Web doing? Yeah, see, I mean, look at that. I mean, look at the big topping tail here, but now most of the China stocks are probably being sold off. Yeah, best. I didn't see any news on this one, and it just got halted. The South American stock, right? No, I'm wrong. This is a China stock. Sorry. I was thinking of the Brazilian stock that was also moving. So this is I mean, I don't see any news on it. I mean, that's right. I don't see any news on it. I mean, it's hard to believe this was 30 cents yesterday, $1.65. I kept looking to see if it was a reverse split today, but it appears not to be a reverse split. But look at that float. I mean, there's something going on. I'm just not aware. I just couldn't find any news on it. So if somebody has any idea about what's happening with Best, maybe share, because it doesn't make any sense with that float to be up, you know, this almost 500%. It doesn't make any sense. But I cannot see that it did a reverse split. It was a reverse split. It's funny, it's not showing up for me in IB. And normally when it's a reverse split, usually even here I can find it. Do you know what the ratio was, John? Well, of course, it's a 20-cent stock, so I guess they're trying to maintain their NASDAQ listing. So it looks like this could have been about what 7 or 8 to 1. Only 1 to 4? 1 to 4? Really? Because that would have put it at 88 cents. You would think it'd be more. But okay, at least we know it's a reverse split. Oops. Hey, Pepe, are you around? I just trying to make sure that people can hear me in YouTube. I know yesterday we had I had an audio issue there. I don't see any action at all. You know I can post, so. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Great. Thank you very much. Boy, we're getting a real, well, I don't know. Look at this bottoming tail now on the SPY. That was, remember now, that was a big red candle but the buyers are trying. They are trying. So we got the Dow still up, NAS is up, SPY is up. So far no action on the IMMX, but it has not collapsed yet. So my, if you want to call it advice, is just put a price alert at the high around 271 and see if, you know, the enthusiasm returns and takes that high out and see if it can start to move. I mean, it had some eye-catching news this morning. All right, MDXH came out of its halt. Yeah, I think we are pretty much know that this was a reverse split. The ratio, it wouldn't make sense to me if it's 1-4, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, because I mean it closed yesterday at 22 cents, so or 27 cents. So, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It is a reverse split. It is not up really 489%. But this is true. I mean, this is 126 to 165. I guess it's possible as 1-4, got it over $1, but there was enthusiasm this morning and it popped it even higher. I suppose it is possible. There's no setting, Ellie Mae. If you don't see a halt on the chart, it's because you're not on a later version of Trade Ideas. See, we don't have a halt right now, but so it just means you're not on a later version of Trade Ideas. Okay, I don't have a halt right now, so they've all resumed. You're on the latest beta. Well, you should see the next halt we see is like this one was halted, but it's not halted anymore. But the next halt we see, you will see the halted right on the chart. There's no setting. Make sure of that. There's no setting, it's just automatic. Okay? Hey, I missed that one. Yes. Okay, 2348, 2348. It has room. It's not an all-time low. Okay, let's take a look left. This is from the 10-day daily breakdown. The next low looking left is 2334 and 2324. So you see, for me, it has to take those out. I mean, those are the lows of 3 and 4 months ago. It would have to take that out. So I'll stick an alert down there. So it'll be just around 20, just underneath 23. Okay. Now, I mean, the SPY, this is pretty impressive, guys. I mean, it didn't look good. Yeah, this did not look good, guys. This was sort of the big uh-oh moment. It looked like it was okay, or a big red bar. But the buyers, I mean, the buyers, that's pretty impressive. The buyers took it right back up. So let's see what happens next. You want to see impressive? This is very impressive. EWCZ. It's not because it's up 4.5%. It's impressive because they did a financing at 2150. So I mean, that is $2 above the financing price. And look at the potential gap here. Here's the 200-day moving average is up here. but the next high looking left is 26. I mean, my bias was to think that, especially if the market really started to move down, that it would fade to or get closer and closer to the financing price. But excuse me, so far that is not the case. TNXP, let's see, Mr. Shady. It did. How do you see a trend? I'm just curious how you base a trigger here for TNXP. I mean, I know it's getting close to 2, but I was expecting to see a little pop perhaps, but so the AI did have an alert here. Now, boy, it is pretty, it's somewhat extended now, but anyway, look at Target, guys. Target is still very weak, approaching that 150 mark, TGT. Okay, so now we're getting a red bar again. So, I mean, the buyers were very valiant in that first 15-minute chart. You know, they basically said no, and they closed it higher, but the sellers are still in full force, guys, full force. Another big red bar forming. So I'd be pretty reluctant to take anything long right now, unless it was really, really something that was, really trading on its own. Here's Nio starting to drift down. So this is coming in from the gap up and reverse. All right, SIGA is moving, but again, it is so darn whippy. Look at these big bottoming tail down here, bottoming tail here. But again, what that means is that the sellers tried to knock it down, the buyers took control, sellers tried again that second candle. The buyers looked like they're still in control for a while. The pre-market high was up at 953. Yesterday's high was 974. If it can take out, yesterday's high, it could start to rip. 41 million in the float. So it's not a high float. And it would be an all-time high if it took that out. So I would just put an alert at the high of yesterday. And you know what traders are like? At least this trader. It takes out a high like that, and it's an all-time high. That could start to rip. Yeah, well, Craig, this might, this takes out 23. It's a PSTG. I did not take it. I mean, there was the alert at 23.48, but it takes out these lows there and it's getting closer. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm just too conservative. Well, I shouldn't say too conservative. I'm just conservative by nature. I really don't like to take them so early, unless that was at an all-time low. So notice how that the AI alert disappeared because it's not profitable. So use this like a watch list. I wasn't convinced about that one. I'm still semi-convinced that it could start to float down to the financing price. Maybe not get all the way down there, but it's just hard for me to, especially in this sort of a market where many of us are just looking for reasons to sell off these pops. Look at Joby here. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable. The next low looking left on the daily is 458 or so. But Joby on the way down, Joby. Okay, so who asked that question before about the halts? So you should see if you click on LEJU, you should see halted. Sorry, I can't remember who asked that question. LMA. So if you click on LEJU right now, or load it into a, if you don't have it clickable somewhere, just load it in and you should see the halted. Halted, not showing. Will you stop it? And you guys are on the latest beta. You are on the latest beta. Let me, it's crazy. I'm not on the latest beta. I'm on a development version, but all right, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to just, okay, I'm just going to ask. Shouldn't matter, LMA. It should absolutely not matter. And I don't think Pepe, well, I don't, maybe you are. Pepe, are you using parallels or something like that? But it shouldn't matter. And that's the beta from the website. Okay, that might be a bug. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to. Pepe, let me ask you this, because you would know. Were halts showing up ever before for you on the chart? Can you guys can remember if this halted was showing up before for you on some previous bit on some previous build? Okay. Well, I guess I'm wrong because they're saying that this halted is not on, it's only on the development versions, but I thought this was, oh, okay, all right. Okay, thank you. I'm wrong then. Can't understand why it's not in this beta, but okay. It's not a bug then. It's not a bug. Only be a bug if you had it before. Oh, TXMD guys, remember this one from yesterday? TXMD, shoot. Ah, see, Nero now is not available for me to short. The last time I looked, there were about 1,600 shares at Interactive Brokers, but not available now. On the way down, I was looking to take this one. This is a gap down and go. Yeah, Woof. Boy, Woof was such a great short for me 2 days ago. And it's continuing down. This is an earnings play on the 24th, so next week. Meanwhile, let's see what the SPY is doing. So that second candle now is red still. So you see the EWCZ has now popped back in here because it is now profitable, slightly up. Now, again, this one is a potential, the offer is at $21, okay, for the CVET. So I don't really know how active this will be. Now the DOCN, so this is obviously some kind of a bounce play from the AI. Boy, there's a lot of charts have these same bottoming tails as the SPY guys, and really the trick is to try to find stocks that are not so tied into what the market is doing. I mean, it's not the easiest thing. Well, those are what we call the alpha stocks. But I mean, look at DraftKings. I mean, look at the bottoming tail. Look at the bottoming tail. Look at the SPY, the bottoming tail, the bottoming tail. Trying to find stocks that aren't so beholden to what the whole market's doing. Ah, man, I missed this one. I missed this one though. TXMD. Well, guys, there's Nordstrom's, JWN, Nordstrom's, and it's taken out all these. It's a yikes. I mean, it is really another retailer that's just, it's not an earnings play. So again, Sandy, you're looking, but the issue now, of course, is that a lot of these retailers have already been gapping down ahead of their own earnings in sympathy with the rest of them. So how much further of a gap will you get? That's the issue. Okay, now down goes best. No shorts available for me on that one. Not shortable for me. TXMD at Interactive Brokers anyway. Really, on Cobra, because Cobra usually has Cobra and Centerpoint are usually pretty good for finding shorts for things that most brokers don't have. And so I would always mention, well, I always mention it about, whether there are shorts available or not. I mean, for two reasons. I mean, if I wanted to short this, I'd like to know. But if there are no shorts available at, say, Interactive Brokers, which is a decent barometer for most brokerage firms, then there's no downward selling pressure by people, piling into shorts. Again, I can only speak for IB, but typically when there are no shorts available at IB, that means that most brokers may not have, or they may only have few. Most traditional brokers, the E-Trades and I guess TradeStation and E-Trade. Yeah, so the PSCG really struggled to get through that 23. It didn't do it. So, all right, let's take a look at, let's expand this out a little bit. The TXMD. So what are the next highs looking left? Those 315, 338, 336, 378. So yeah, I mean, if I can get through this 315, it's got some room to the 338. I don't know if that's enough for people. I mean, obviously, if you took it right now and it got to 338, that would be great. But of course, there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. I wish all this weren't here. I wish it were more of a straight shot to the next high of about 4, but it just isn't. So the DOCN, I mean, it's really choppy, and it's from the AI, but it's a pretty choppy one. The pre-market highs were 42.20 odd. So you know what? I mean, if it takes that out, it's got some room. The next highs would be 43.86. So it does have some room, but it has been pretty choppy. Well, this doesn't care about what I was talking about, TXMD. It doesn't seem to care. So, I mean, what was that next high looking left? Is 378, 336. So I mean, it's at that 336 level. So the next high after that is 378. Just put an alert there. If it takes that out, I could probably take that trade depending on the pattern because it'll take out that high. Then the next high is is the 378. So it would have a little bit of room. I just don't want to chase it. All right, do not lose sight of the IMMX, guys. This is one of those that out of nowhere, some volume can come in, okay? And it's such a low float. Look how many shares it traded. 44 million, only 5.8 in the float. I could do some quick math. That's about 7.5 times, okay, that it's traded the float. is put an alert at the high of the pre-market 272, see if it takes it out. I mean, if it does, it's got room. So, this has not collapsed. And I mean, it did have some news. Okay, so this one, this EVX, without any news, is starting to move here. Without any news at all, it's a SPAC, okay, blank check company, focus on the aviation sector. I just don't see that it has made any overtures to any company. I was checking the news previous. Usually you'll see something like that, but I don't see. But it's an EV play, aviation sector, and it just got halted. It just got halted. So unbeknownst to me, I just assumed that this halted because they've been talking about this for a long time. I thought this was part of not just the latest beta, but I thought this has been around for a while, but evidently not. Well, look at that. Look how stubborn it got to that high up there and then just fell back down the TXMD. Oh, look at this market now, guys. Okay. I think we're getting direction here. NAS and Dow and SPY are, barely up, but I think we're getting direction now. Unfortunately, if you're looking to go long, I think Real mentioned HPE with a downgrade. This is turning into a big sell-off now, guys. Yeah, I mean, for me, the trades in this market, you had a gain in it. I guess what was a trigger? Was it 1184? What did it get up to? 1235? I'd be trading. I mean, I know they're designed for longer term holds, but I'd be trading all these like mad. I don't care if it's the trade of the week or something from the AI. I'd be trading out of these like mad. SIGA, guys, SIGA is definitely going counter to the market, SIGA. Look at that big green candle. Look at that big red candle. So this is going counter to the market and getting closer and closer to that high of yesterday, 975. All right, keep an eye on NIO, guys. NIO, LI, and XPAV. I mean, there's room. I mean, the low yesterday was 1572 for NIO, selling off with the market. Big China stock, of course, EV player in China. All right, so that MDXH resumed on the way down. Well, look at this candle now. Wow, it's a big red candle. Big red candle now, guys. Markets are still hanging on, barely positive, soon to go negative. So this is an energy play, but you can see the other ones. I mean, to go long right now, the other ones got taken off, the CVET and the EWCZ. All right, this is a gap up and reverse, guys. FLNC, a gap up and reverse. And the low yesterday was 8. So, boy, if this market continues to move down like this, and that's FLNC. I'm continuing to watch Nio. And XFAB to see if they really have Nio is interesting because it's underneath that whole number, 17. Now XFAB is just given up, 24. The next low looking left is 23.44, so it's got a little bit of room, maybe not a ton of room. So much for that upgrade for Ollie today anyway. OLLI is now starting to sink here. I mean, it's still up, a little bit, but it is starting to move down with the market, with the market. Here's everybody's favorite stock, Sava. There you go. This is a gap up and reverse for Sava. There you go, Zach. Gap up and reverse for Sava, SAVA. Now this can be a really wild one in terms of, you think you're in a trend and then all of a sudden it pops up and takes you out of a trade, then it moves back down. I mean, I find it a very difficult intraday trader. You have to put, in my opinion, some pretty wide stops. Otherwise, you're just going to get chopped out of a trade like that. Yeah, the SIGA is getting closer and closer to yesterday's high, and again, a pop through that, that'd be a very few stocks. I mean, it's a cheap one, but very few stocks are at a lifetime low. I don't know what the situation with SIGA was, if this actually was an IPO back here or a symbol name change, or I don't quite know what happened here. Seems to me, I sort of remember a symbol name change. So this might be a little erroneous in terms of a lifetime high. Yes, as it was trading as SIGA. But you can just see though, there's some potential energy building up here. Look at that 2-minute chart. But I'm steadfast right here. It's got to take out that high. Doesn't mean I pile into it immediately. It just means I want to know because, I'm not unique. Other traders, around the world are looking at this sort of thing also. Here's the VWAP. So the VWAP's no issue, 928 for SIGA. Of course, unless you're looking for a mean reversion trade, getting back towards that VWAP. Yeah, that was pretty ugly. I mean, there's no real news on this one. I mean, it's an EV play. I know they're looking in the aviation industry, EV play, but I didn't see any specific news on it today. Well, it was a nice bounce for the Wolf. The Wolf it did this, even the day I was short this, it had a nice bounce, even when the market was still cascading downwards, but yeah, that was the monkeypox one. Yeah, that's what got it rolling yesterday. Other retailer guys having earnings next week is Big Lots. Big Lots now is below the 2 days ago, the low of 2 days ago. Okay, so this has got to be a reverse split. Okay, guys, there's the IMMX. There's the IMMX. All right, IMMX just took out the pre-market high. Is it ready to run now? Volume coming in. And the TNXP is starting to move off that low of 2, TNXP. Remember now, if you're in this one, this is a very low flow. So if you took this trade, do not wander away from your computer. Look at that, volume 51 million. Almost 9 times the float is traded. See the way SIGA is struggling to get through the high of yesterday, SIGA. That's why I wait. Come on, IMX, do it or don't. I'm just waiting on this IMMX to see if it really pops out. Otherwise, I'm out of this trade. All right, guys, I have to concentrate on this IMMX. Oh, X, don't even, I find it ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But the GME. Come on, IMX, do something. Either take me out of the trade or pop up. And the reason I can't leave watching it is because of that float. Okay, there's the SIGA, guys. It briefly took that out, briefly, that high. Let's see if it has another attempt at it. Boy, it's cat and mouse right now on the IMMX. It's basically right where I bought it, and I'm just waiting to see if it has that big pop. And I'm also waiting on the SIGA to see if it takes that out again. I think if this IMMX and take out that high right there with some volume, it has a shot. And this is not recommendation. I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm doing. The next high is a little bit close at 304, but there is, the news is it's eye-catching. That's what it is. Whether it's going to amount to anything in terms of revenues or anything like that, it's irrelevant. The news they put out today is eye-catching. But 271 on the IMMX. The problem I have with it now, with that float, to me, it should have moved a little bit more by now, either down or up. Okay, I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of it. Take about a 4-cent loss on it. The only way I'll get back in it if it gets back up to say the 280 level. But I just don't want. I just don't want to keep watching this right now. So I'm out of it. I had a little gain on it, but I was looking for a lot more, of course. Now, some little bottoming tails, so that, that's maybe is good in that, the seller's been trying, but I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait to see if it takes out 280 with some volume. And yeah, the SIGA, the SIGA had that little stab at that high of yesterday. and then it pulls right back down. So I reset my alert and see if it takes it up the second time. All right, guys, the DOCN is actually working nicely again. DOCN, there's the alert, 41, 47, 42 right now. This is from the AI. So this is kind of trading, not really caring too much about what the market's doing. And there's the pre-market high is, so if you took this trade, be aware of that pre-market high of 42.22. Yeah, I'm still, I mean, my two focuses are really on the SIGA and the IMMX, just to sort of see if, are you talking about the, hi Jen, by the way, welcome. Are you talking about the layout that you see on the screen? Okay, yeah, I can give you that. I do have it. Understand, now, are you part of the test drive? Okay. I'll explain why I asked you that question. Okay, now, before you load my layout, make sure if you have a layout of your own that you created, make sure you save it to the cloud first, okay? Because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. And yes, Pepe, I know about docking, but if you're new, please please save your layout to the cloud, save everything to the cloud first, because mine is a layout and it'll replace whatever layout you have. Okay, it is 10:30, so a little bit late. So I'm going to try to go through this a little more quickly, okay? Because I do want to maybe try to concentrate a little more on trading today. So the test drive, we're in the test drive. You can still sign up for the test drive. You'll get the balance of today, plus next week, 5 trading days. It will still cost the $11.11, okay? So you're not going to get 10 trading days, but if you think it's worth $11.11 to do it, then go ahead. Click on the test drive link. This is what you're going to see. So again, this is the last day that you can sign up for the test drive. So again, if you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today. Well, that DOCN is working very nicely now, guys, from the AI. So if you're part of our standard servers, you can also do this, and you'll have access to the AI. Once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay. You don't have to unsubscribe. So please don't kind of pester our poor support people and say, okay, have you unsubscribed me from the test drive? Once it's over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. Now, one of the things you should be doing is, if you're part of the test drive, is everything that you do, save everything if you created an alert window or you've saved, and I'll show you the scans that I'm sharing. Or you took some scans from our channel bar. Make sure you save everything to the cloud, individual scans, and also any layouts that you did create. Make sure you save everything to the cloud. Why? If you decide you do want to take out a subscription later on, and it could be, we're going to have a nice promo code next week for you if you do want to take out a subscription. But if you don't want to do it now, if you want to do it a week later, a month later, 5 years later, That's okay. And if you use the same email address that you signed up for the test drive, everything you did during this test drive week will be saved for you. You can access it. Okay, as long as you saved it to the cloud. A couple of other reasons to save things to the cloud, of course, is that you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But for instance, if you've got a laptop and a desktop and a tablet, you can have them all. You can have trade ideas on every device. And if you've saved it to the cloud, all your work to the cloud, all you have to do is just download the program and then just file load from cloud and everything, you don't have, so in other words, you don't have to recreate layouts or any scans from scratch, every device at a time. But keep an eye on that SIGA. Okay, so that's the test drive. These little bottoming tails on that 5-minute chart, again, the sellers have been trying. They've been trying to knock it down. Oh, it's so close. Well, you can see why I got out of the IMMX, guys. My problem with it is that when it popped up and with that float, it didn't really move. And the way I look at it, it should have started to really move once it took out that high, and it didn't. And so that was my clue that something was a little bit wrong. Now it could come back later on in the day, but so that's why I got out for about a 4-cent loss. Okay, as I'm waiting on this SIGA maybe to take out that high again, SIGA to take out that high again, I'm just going to put in my homepage link. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, okay, because I'm really trying to watch this SIGA. Okay, so on my homepage, a lot of information. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can click on this link. However, I would wait, and we're going to have a better promo code next week, probably at least 20%. Okay, so I would wait if you're looking to take out a subscription. You can click on the Get Trade Ideas. You can see how much it all costs. What I would do is I would not take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want it. Because, you have to look at our refund policy. You can't be into it for a couple of months and say, you know what, I don't really like it anymore. Can I get a refund? It's $2,000 premium for the year upfront, of course, minus the discount. And the standard is 1,000 minus the discount. But I would go monthly. I would start off monthly, 118, 228. You can apply that discount to the first month only. If you do it now, that 15%, at any time, if you do want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the 15%. But if you stay on a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay after the first month. Okay, after that, again, you can get a 15% discount the first month only. And there's no problem staying on a monthly. I mean, probably most of our customers, that's what they do. Okay, so please do this. Do the Let's Get Started, okay? Do the Let's Get Started. If you're part of the test drive or you've just signed up for Trade Ideas, please do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to run through. You don't have to necessarily look at every video because it starts off with the the download and installation. All right, Siga, you got any power left in you? It's that 10, it could be the. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just watching, see if we can take out that 10. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm in it. I just want to see. I don't like to normally take a trade so close to that psychological number, but we'll just see if it pops through 10. Okay, as I'm waiting, a lot of information again. And then let's get started. On my homepage, you can sign up for the trade of the week. It's free. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. I didn't do one yesterday because of the technical issues I was having. And just give me a moment. Okay, keep going here. All the education is here. So if you've taken the Let's Get Started, then click on the education link. Again, I gotta watch this SIGA. The user guide, you can take a look at the user guide. Don't get overwhelmed by how much information there is. You probably should just take a look at the first four. You should have done the Let's Get Started or the Getting Started. I'm going to go over the channel bar in a bit. You should know what the difference is between an alert window and a top list window, why you would use one over the other. And then after that, don't worry about anything else. Get the basics down. Then you can start to dive into the other features of trade ideas, okay? The daily support session. So at noon, between 12 and 1, I do take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to listen to Andy between 12 and 1. And if you're on the daily webinars, we'll start them not next week, but we'll be back to our normal schedule. You can sign up for them all here. So there are no webinars next week, but you can sign up for them all right here, and you'll be notified when they start. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a great little series. It starts off with what is a stock? All free, everything free, 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 free. Now, obviously, if you want my scans, come on, 10. If you want my scans, here they are. These are the scans that I am sharing, okay? This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market axis up and down, the gap up and down. These are the ones I use in the pre-market. You'll hear me refer to the gap continuation or reverse. I use that a lot. Zacks, bouncers, and toppers, but here they all are. Okay. Okay, as I'm watching, this is not easy. Trying to explain and trade here, especially something that's wild and woolly like this one, but it's working really well now. Okay, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world or who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? That's what we are. We're a scanner. Now, I will show you, if you go to my website, my homepage, I showed you the scan section. I'm sharing a lot of scans. Now, I've taken some of this off, guys, the SIGA off, in case it doesn't want to hold that 10 in a great way. So I've taken some of the SIGA off. Looking for, well, it'd be great if I had a big explosion. Anyway, so what we're sharing a lot of scans here also. I'm sorry for being a little more disjointed than I normally am, but you know, I've got to concentrate on this SIGA. From our toolbar, if you click on new and click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So my recommendation, if you're new, take a look at the channels. These are all theme-based channels. So for instance, a momentum channel, you take a look at the momentum channel and so here's GOVX. GOVX is obviously, yeah, just over $1, starting to move. So here's the whole idea is this. If you like the idea of a scan like this, all you have to do, first of all, is right click, configure, and go on to the summary. And this is going to tell you what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least 3, etc. These are filters. If all these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see GOVX right here, okay? So if you like the idea of this scan, all you have to do is do this, right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. So doing that takes it out of this layout. Okay. And you can always make a change, just like in my scans. If you wanted to make a change, in other words, maybe you didn't like the price range, you just click on that icon and you can just make a change. I'm going to change it to 10 and 100. I'm going to click on OK. See how it now has changed to 10 and 100. I can say OK. And now this is now a scan based on 10 and 100. You could, of course, make a volume change. Once you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can maybe add your own filters or take some out, etc. But if you like it the way it was, you just save it to the cloud, or you make a change, save it to the cloud. Then you can move on to another channel and do the same type of thing. You know, look at the, where's that other one? All right, guys, we have a winner in the SIGA, in my opinion, anyway. Explosive winners. You look at explosive winners. It did. All right. So if you look at this, here's SIGA right there. But this is being sorted on a change from the open. But the idea now is this: if you like this one, the biggest gainers from the open, if you like the idea of this one and you like it as it is without making any changes, but of course, again, you can make some changes. If you want a different price range, you know, just put in a max if you want. And then you just save it to the cloud. So the whole concept is this: you can go through the different channels, start extracting extracting some of the scans that we have created for you, and then you can accumulate them and then save them all as your layout. Now, a word about this is that you notice if I go back to the momentum channel, the change I made is not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everyone. So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean everybody else wants that same change, okay? Well, hallelujah, guys. See, a little bit of patience and big reward now. Yeah, just watching, watching, watching. It's an all-time high now based on this symbol. I have a feeling that it had a symbol name change, but who cares? Okay, I've just taken some more out, guys. You know, I'm in around that 980 mark. I took some out just over, I took some out around 1006. I've taken some out around 1031. You know, I don't want to see it, I don't want to see it collapse on me. Not going to be too greedy on it. Have some left in case it does something insanely crazy. Okay, but yeah, the spread wasn't bad. I can't even remember Espen. I mean, the spread wasn't bad. Wow, look at it go now. But I don't mind taking the profit. I really don't mind. It all depends how many shares you take, of course, and we don't talk about how many shares. But wow, look at this thing go now. Holy smokes. This could get halted. All I do, you know, I just look at the time in sales, okay? And I just see how rapidly it's trading. You see the spread has always been decent. So, you know, it's not been like a very wide spread. This is Interactive Brokers, guys, nothing to do with trade ideas. We get this question a lot. Do you have a level two time in sales? No, no, no. But, you know, you get it from your broker. So the nice thing about this one is that, you know, the spread never got crazy. Okay, guys, so what else do I have to talk about? So if you do want to if you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. So when the company started in 2003, they decided that, or they thought that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So what they did was they created a lot of alerts. These are all, when you see these icons, these are the alerts, and a lot of filters. These are the filter icons, okay? And they thought, okay, with the thousands of customers that we're planning to have, remember this is back in 2003, if we create enough alerts and filters, they felt that the majority of the customers would be able to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters we have. Common question. How can I learn this program? It's too involved, it's too detailed, or not detailed, but there's so much to learn. There's not that much to learn, really. I mean, as I try to say in the user guide, learn what an alert window is and what a top list window is, and, you know, and look at the channel bar. After that, you can learn things at your own pace. You don't have to learn everything. And you certainly don't have to learn what every single filter and alert does. I don't, I probably use, I always say about 0.5% or 1% of them, you know, but you know, we have to create enough of them because there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So don't get hung up in thinking, how am I possibly going to learn all these alerts and filters? You don't have to. I know I'll bore everybody, but you know, when you look, if you, everybody, most people probably have MS Word. You look at that manual, do you think you have to learn everything? Of course not. If you thought you had to learn everything, nobody would buy the program. But you know, there's usually a quick get started guide that shows you how to print, maybe how to change a font, how to save a file. And that's probably 99% of the people, that's all they do. But even though that manual is huge, okay? So don't get hung up on things like that. Okay, guys, now the AI. So you can see what's happened with the AI. This is what I would be doing with the AI. I would not like I always like to simplify everything. So simplify it. Watch it like this. How? If you go to your toolbar and click on new, and then click on AI slash, where are you? AI slash Holly strategy trades window. Okay? Trades window. Oh, look at this market. See, I have not been following what the market's been doing. See, SIGA has been trading on its own. I'm totally out of it now, guys. I just don't want to hang around. I don't know what it's going to do. As Zach mentioned before yesterday, all of a sudden, I don't want to be trapped in this one if it does. Oops. Listen, you trade it the way you want to. Okay, don't listen to me. I'm just, I'm not. I don't know 100% what's going to happen, but this is what I didn't want to be caught in right here. Actually, it was here. It was up to 930, and then it made a huge drop all the way down to, or may have been this one. Anyway, it had a big drop. You know what? It would really help if I looked at the trading of yesterday as opposed to today's pre-market. This is what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. The 15-minute chart. I mean, that got up to that high, and then look what it did. 3 15-minute candles. It's just got 4 of them. Just got thumped. So I mean, it can still happen. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying I don't want to be caught in something like that. So again, watch the AI like this. And what I would do is I would take that, there's a filter here, a drop down menu, and I would just check the profitable trades. Never mind what isn't working. I know some of them were working earlier. I mean, the DOCN was working, but with the market doing this, pretty tough to keep along. So, and right now, the way the market is trading, I mean, if you get another long alert, it's going to be tough to take anything. But I use it like a watch list. And all day long, you might see the stocks coming back into it if they turn profitable, and they may set up for you later on. This does not work well for people who want to auto trade the AI, which I completely am against. Okay, so if your idea would be to just turn the AI on in the morning and count your money in the afternoon, I'm sorry, it just will not work that way. And so what I would do is I would take that window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. And then Monday, when you turn on trade ideas, as long as you do it before the market opens, this will be a blank window. It'll look like this. There are no alerts until at least 9:35. Okay, nothing happens in the pre-market or the post-market. So the earliest alert would be at 9:35. I don't even know where the first alert happened today. See, the first alert was at 9:45. So see, right now there's nothing profitable. So I mean, today would be a tough day to trade it because at the beginning the market was looking not bad, and so you were getting some long alerts, but look what's happening with the market. Really tough to be long. That's why the SIGA was so nice. I mean, this is you heard me maybe talking earlier. Trying to find the stocks that aren't so beholden to the market. In other words, that are tracking the market so closely. Just look at SIGA. Is it tracking the market? Not at all. So these are the types of trades that we try to find, that are not so reliant on what the market is doing. And with trade ideas, we can find them. And I think I have my candidate for my. I'm not in it anymore. I know I should be, but I'm not. Actually, there's a beautiful red bar ignored. I probably could have got back into this right at 10:50, but Yeah, good trade. I saw you had a very tight stop on the TNXP, Shady. So that turned out to be a wonderful trade for you. All right, guys. So I want to talk a little bit about this other window here, this blue window on top of the AI. Excuse me. And it's called Brokerage Plus. So if yours doesn't look like this, then you're not on the latest beta. Okay. Now, if you don't care about Brokerage Plus, so you don't care about practicing trading, then okay, you don't have to upgrade to the latest beta. But there are other reasons to upgrading to the latest beta. Probably the number one reason for a lot of people used to be, people were very upset that we didn't start our scanning at 4 in the morning Eastern time. And so now we do 4 in the morning to 8 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. So if you want that functionality, then you should download the latest beta from the website. And then also here, the Brokerage Plus window will look like this. It makes it easier then for me to try to demonstrate its use. So I'm going to put a link in. It's called the Brokerage Plus. Give me a moment. Okay, so this is the Brokerage Plus link. So when you click on it, there are two videos you'll see. There's a short video that shows if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available, okay? And the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it. Now, but please listen carefully because I think people get the wrong idea. If you don't have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you don't worry. I mean, we're scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. Okay, so don't worry about that. It's just that you won't have access to this feature, and that's all it is. It's an option. It's a feature. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use it. I don't use it. I'm going to explain why I don't use it because I use it as a simulator, paper trader. But how I trade from within my IB platform. So again, I just want to emphasize the point. If you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, so in other words, if you have another broker, don't feel you have to switch to IB or E-Trade. If you're happy with your broker, stick with it. If you absolutely want to be able to use this, okay, you have to, but it's not mandatory. Now, again, the second way I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Please practice trading before you commit money to the market. So if you have the latest beta and you have the Brokerage Plus window up, and all you do is click on new, and then where is it, Brokerage Plus? So this window will show up. But if you have my layout, this is what it'll look like. Of course, these columns are just, they're the columns that I like, but we have a lot of other columns. Right click on one of the headers. Here are all the columns that we have. I think we have too many. I think we've overcomplicated it, in my opinion. But anyway, this is what I use. Notice the TNXP just showed up here. And see, for me, if it takes out this high right there, that could be a great looking trade. I know Shady's in a lot earlier, but there's that high of what, 3 days ago of 243. It takes that out. Then you look left and look at this, 428. I mean, that is true. That would be fantastic. So as a simulator, so if you have it, it should say not connected. So all you do is you click on sim. Here are the two options underneath the Brokerage Plus. One says live. Obviously, if you want to trade your IB or E-Trade account, that's how you would do it. And then in the simulator. Now, what happened here is that I had an order from yesterday with this CMRX in the simulator. And the minute I clicked on sim, we can see it. And I can click, and then you click on account and get into simulated trading. That's why we see this one. I kept this in the simulator overnight. And so obviously that's working pretty nicely. And that's how you can practice swing trading also in the simulator. So I didn't exit this trade yesterday. I kept it in. And so you can practice swing trading using the simulator. So to take a trade, very simple. You just click on an alert, TNXP, as an example. You pick how many shares you want to trade. And let's do it. Okay, let's just do it. Take 500 shares. Somebody asked about, do I go in? See, look at the spread, 234, 235. I can go into the market. So I can buy it in setting up the order, and then I send it. And it'll show up here. So it took the trade at 233. I'm going to briefly go over some money management, okay? 233, I'm going to put a stop at 213. I'll explain why. And on the screen, you should see a big red line. It'll be approximately minus $100. See, minus 97.50, okay? So the way I trade is I try to be highly selective. In other words, so I have a checklist, and unless I can check everything, I don't take the trade. In other words, I'm really actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. I want to be selective. And so, now if you're going to ask me what my checklist is, first of all, if you're new to trading, you have to determine your trading style. Most of the things on my checklist are already checked because of the scans I create. In other words, I'm never going to see something that's outside of a price range that I like, a minimum volume that I like, and a few other things. But my price range may not be your price range. My minimum volume may not be your minimum volume. That's why, it's sort of irrelevant. But the next thing I do, if I get an alert, then I'm checking because I am basically a momentum trader, usually seeing things near the high or the low of the day. The next thing I'm always looking at is, okay, you're at the high of today. Where's the next high looking left on a daily chart? Is it far enough away? So it could move, up to that point before it could stall. If I don't see anything on the daily, I check the weekly and then the monthly. And so, I am, oh boy, this SIG is going to kill me for not still being in it. Probably would have kept some if I, not a little bit distracted in what I'm doing. But anyway, congratulations for anybody who kept it. I mean, it's an all-time high based on this symbol. So congratulations are in order. So the other thing is, so let's just say you get into a trade. First of all, you practice trading, practice before you commit money to the market. If you cannot make money in a simulator, just forget about trying to trade live, guys, okay? That's just the reality of it. And how long is it going to take? I don't know. I have no idea. Everybody has a different learning curve. So I have no idea. People say, well, how long is it going to take me to, to get profitable? I have no idea. But I can tell you this, unless you can be consistently profitable in a simulator, forget about trying to trade. Trading isn't easy. So let's just say though that you do, even in the simulator, you take a trade and it looks really good. Everything has been checked. But guess what? Even the best setups don't work sometimes, many times. So that's why I always have a stop. The stop is the price I'm going to get out of the trade if I feel it's not working for me. Now, my stops are usually based on, I'm more of a visual person. Oh, there's the PSTG, Craig. I don't know if you're in this one, but it just took out that 23. I'm a visual trader. In other words, I usually size up what I see on a 5-minute chart, no less than a 5-minute chart, or 15-minute chart, where I think there's what I call, a support level. A lot of action at a certain price, so that if it broke down through that area, I want to be out of the trade, through its support. Now, the problem is that support can be very subjective. We get the question all the time, do you have support and resistance? Say, well, what's your definition? Like, where do you, it's very difficult. My idea of where support is might be completely different from what Real's idea is, or William's idea, or Zach's or yours, okay? So what I would do though, if I were going to start out, is pick a defined number, like maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle, okay? That is a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And you can use that as your stop. That's where you'd get out of the trade if it's not working. Practice, practice, practice. Now, the other thing is that that's good. Now, how much you're going to risk on the trade? And by risk, I mean, okay, if it doesn't work, how much are you actually preparing to lose on the trade money-wise? If you have a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a $100 risk. So if the trade works against me, I don't want to lose more than $100. And that's why for purposes of, to make the math super easy, that's why I took 500 shares. Because if I take my entry, 233, and I purposely put the stop at 213, not that that's where my stop necessarily would have been, but I put it 20 cents away just to make the math easy. Because if my entry is 233 and my stop, this could be a nice short coming up, guys, for Warby. The difference is 20 cents. In the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. So if I divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. So there's a couple of concepts here right off the bat. I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I take is going to be dependent on what the difference is between my entry and my stop. It's not always going to be 20 cents. And how I trade is I try to keep the amount that I'm risking about the same every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 the first trade, $200 the next trade, $500 the next trade, $50 the next trade. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade, okay? That's how I trade. So there is a little bit of math, but you can create an Excel spreadsheet. If you know that you're going to be risking, I say $100 a trade or $50 a trade, then you can create a little Excel spreadsheet so that you can do the division really easily. So if your difference between your entry and your stop is 12 cents, then hopefully you guys know what I'm talking about. Then you would divide 12 cents into the $100 or the $50, and that'll share size you. So you can, so you can do a lot of this just by creating a little Excel spreadsheet, and that'll share size you fairly quickly. Next step, obey your stop. It can be sometimes, even if you're a seasoned trader, sometimes it can be really, really hard to obey your stop. Why? Because you can't believe it's not working. It had the best setup in history. It had great news. Everything was so positive about it. People in our trading room are loving it. You're seeing news all about it. It looks so fantastic, and it still doesn't work, and you cannot believe it. So the tendency is to not obey your stop. Even after you practice in the simulator and you've obeyed your stop, because you know what, it's only play money. What's the harm in obeying your stop? You get out, you take a loss, big deal. But now you start trading live, and sometimes you just cannot believe the trade isn't working. And so you disobey your stop. Now your $100 turns into your manageable $100 loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay? Look at this SPY. No kidding. Scary. That's one aspect. The other aspect is almost as bad, if not worse. Not obeying your stop, and now you're down $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around. And now you're up $200 or $300 or $400, and you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop, basically saying, see, I knew it would work. And can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. And it can happen several times. All I'm saying is that, if you want to, in my opinion anyway, money management skills to protect your account are paramount in order to stay, if you want to trade for a living, or even if it's a sideline, you've got a regular job, but you want to make money on the side. Maybe you live on the West Coast and you can, trade the first couple of hours before going to work, whatever your situation is. But money management is so critical. Take your loss and move on. Okay. You can always get back into the trade later. If it doesn't, for instance, the IMMX trade, I took a little loss on it, right? If it comes back later for that same type of setup I was looking for, I could always get back into the trade. Commissions are so cheap that, not getting out of a trade because you don't want to lose your commissions, or you don't want to pay the commissions. It's not an excuse anymore. Okay, guys, that's it for me. Okay, in terms of my soapbox, I can't tell you. I can only try to convince you to use money management. If you won't do it, that's up to you. Speaking about, look at GLBE now, guys. So this one has been, of course, this had earnings. Yeah, it had earnings on this day. And if you were here, it actually got trounced, and then it had an amazing recovery all day long, and actually went positive. So there were two ways you could have played this. If you caught the bottom bounce and rode it all the way up, that would have been better than shorting it. But shorting it still worked very well. But that bounce, and it's kind of maintained. But you know what? If it takes out, we had a low here yesterday of what, 1861, and a low here of 1841. I mean, if this continues down with the market, I mean, it may not happen today, but next week, because for all the reasons that it cracked or it went down because of earnings, I mean, they're still prevalent or relevant. And if the market just keeps wanting to do this, I mean, you're just going to have it's just going to be harder and harder to find people who want to buy any sort of a dip. Hmm. And it's the same sort of thing with the UPST. This was an earnings play, got absolutely crushed. I mean, look at this. Imagine if you were in this one. It wasn't trading too badly. I mean, the market was drifting during all of this, but it wasn't trading too badly. It was holding its own at 82. And then all of a sudden they release earnings and it goes down to 30, all the way down to what, 30, 28, and then the next day down to 25. Imagine if you had been holding this. This is why I never, ever hold anything through earnings. Not because, this is pretty dramatic, but, I just find it too much of a gamble. Even if somebody told me, oh, but the earnings are going to be great. I'm reading all this chatter. It's going to be great. Their revenues are up, earnings are up, analysts are loving it. I don't care. I will always just, I don't mind. Yes, will I miss an amazing move like that? Of course I will. If I thought to short this one, of course I will. But it could have just as easily happened the other way. You think, oh man, I'm hearing all sorts of chatter about this one. It's going to tank. And then, you wake up the next morning, it's up $20. So I don't like to gamble like that. So I never hold anything through earnings, ever. Now, the other thing about my stops, I took this here, this TNXP. Now, my Bluetooth just stopped, but I think it's just a matter of reconnecting. Pepe, I have to tell you how I fixed it. Not right now. I was very proud of myself. Just give me a moment. Okay, just give me a moment, please. I just have to reconnect to my music. Where's Locutus? Sirius is acting up today. Hasn't He's been pretty solid for a few years now. Come on. All right, guys, give me one more. Just give me a moment here. Okay, guys, just give me a moment, please. I don't know why my player is not. I'll just have to change to Spotify for a while. There we go. So what I was going to say, a word about my stops. Okay, so I have a stop for TNXP at 213. That's the worst I want to do in the trade. In other words, the worst I want in this simulator, the worst I want to do is to lose $100. Okay, the worst I want to do. But I always reserve the right to get out of the trade earlier if I just don't like the way it's trading. Okay. So that is the worst I want to do. For instance, on the IMMX, I had my stop was actually a little bit lower than the 267 that I got out. But remember what I was saying about this? I didn't like the way it was trading. I just thought, you know what, with this float and with that news and with really nothing holding it back that much, I mean, yes, I guess the $3 level, but I thought, you know what, this is just, and the volume was starting to dry up. I thought, you know what, I just don't like the way it's trading. So, I got out with a 4 cent loss, and probably instead of maybe the 8 cent loss that I had planned, that ultimately planned for to be the worst. Now, why do we do that? Again, maybe it's just some experience. I'm just going to get rid of that, Cooper. Okay. So how long are you going to be in the room today, Pepe? Because I can't do it now, but if you're going to be in the afternoon, I was very proud of myself. Okay. So, and it might be a good hack for anybody running into not just Bluetooth problems, but other types of problems. So that's the tease. That's what we call the tease for you to stay in the room. Not that you said you were going to stay anyway, but Boy, this Siga, super strong still. A little pullback here. There's a 3-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. I know Real likes to see that. Boy, this market, guys, let's bring up a big SPY. Whew, boy, oh boy. Now this could turn into, you know what? I mean, this could turn into the day we had here 2 days ago, where we had no bounce. Now you could argue maybe there was a little bounce here, but that's only one green candle. And 2 days ago, I think we had zero bouncing at all in the market. It had a delay with a green bar, but not a second green bar. So this is turning into just, you know what? Sell, sell, sell. Yikes. Aha. So this is somebody was mentioning this one before, that this is EBS. This is something to do with monkeypox or whatever also. Is that correct? There you go. Thank you, Casa. Yes. So that's EBS. And what was the other one? Shimmer. Is that C? Oh, it's this one. CMRX. Right here. Okay. See? Ignorance is bliss. I had no idea. And also the TNXP. Okay. I know I should be in that UPST. Look at the China stocks. Remember how the China stock? Wow, look at BZ. I mean, this has just been straight down. Look at that 2-minute chart from here, 1044, straight down. So look at the China stocks. And the problem is, I just cannot chase it. I just will not chase it down. Even though has, it could keep falling and falling and falling, but you know what? I'm happy with the percentage that I made on the Sega. I mean, that's what I was concentrating on. So, I was pretty happy with the percentage I made on it. Here's a miss. This is a miss, guys. You may have heard me mention this was a gap down and go a little while ago, FLNC, and I was waiting for that 9 break. This came on the I'm sorry, gap up and reverse. It gapped up and then it reversed. And yeah, I wanted to take it on a 9 break. But you guys are costing me money as always. Tongue in cheek, tongue in cheek. Isn't that amazing? Look what my alert was for TXMD, and it almost hit it, but not quite. It literally, yeah, I take US or Canadian. Now, the interesting thing about this one, of course, is that what have I got here? Oh, I must have, I don't know why. I've got the SMA 50. I do have the 50. I didn't think I did on the daily charts, but okay, got into the 50. I usually don't pay any attention to that. The 200 is way up here at 46, so that's why you don't see it on this chart. I'm talking about the EBS. You don't see those too many, don't see that very often anymore. At least, well, maybe it's still out there, the Nigerian princes, who all they need is your help for maybe $100, and you'll have millions coming your way. But we need your help. Yeah, Nero. Oh, you know what? Nero is now shortable again for me. 56,000 shares. That uptick rule. Couldn't get it. I'm not chasing it down. Uptick rule down 21%, so I can't get it where I want it. But the shares have come back in IB, 56,000. Yeah, it's insane, isn't it? Well, even so-called, I mean, when we went to Iceland 3 years ago, 2 years ago, whenever before the pandemic, you know, you look at the prices of these things, and my God, like 38,000 kroner, and it's, I don't can't remember what the exchange rate was, but for us in North America, we see these, things that are like tens of thousands of dollars, and it's really nothing. Sorry, I don't want to divert the room. All right, guys, so things have settled. This SIGA is really basing nicely here. This is maybe going to give me another opportunity. A little bit of a pullback here, but oh, now this is strange because I could have sworn that this was not shortable for me a little while ago, but it looks like now there's 785,000 shorts available, unless there was just a ton of short covering. I got to follow by the rules, William. Lead by example. Well, it takes out 1032. It could drift down because there's a little bit of support here in the fives. Yeah, as long as we're on the right side of the hype for a while. That's all it's about. Okay, so it is 11:32 right now, guys. So I will be taking my break in about half an hour. So I'm just going to contact Andy, make sure that he's going to be there in our YouTube room when I take my break between 12 and 1. Are you saying red box because it's popping again? Why is this stupid thing moving? Yeah, it is. Man, oh man, no kidding. Wow. I took it off my watch list a while ago, but it just seems to have a mind of its own. Boy, what in the world is happening here again for a red box? I mean, this is looks like it's going to get halted. Just looking, see if I get that little faded blue dot beside the bid and ask, because it has to go up a little bit more. Mona, my fortune. Mona Fortuna. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, look at the volume, just increasing out of nowhere. You're just lazy in the pre-market, nothing happening. Yeah, a little pop, but rested for about 2 hours. I mean, well, I hope you, well, obviously I wish you well. The volume is still increasing on that 5 minute chart, increasing on the two. So we need to see that stop for you for this short to work. Just need it to stop a little bit. Trust you. In Zach, we trust. Nicely, Dak, nicely done. I haven't seen you all week. Okay, I just confirmed it is Andy in our room at noon. So before I take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in and you can head over there. It's interesting, not getting, even though the market is just tumbling right now, not getting any new 10-day daily breakdowns. And there was nothing spectacular in this one. You guys missed the oink that you heard all day yesterday? Now, I should point this out. These, what you see over here, flatten, half, and double, etc., these are hotkeys. So if I wanted to get out of a position, all I have to do is highlight it, just highlight the position, and then flatten. I want to get out of half my position, or I want to double my position. So these are just hotkeys. Of course, you could go in here and pick exactly the number of shares, etc., that you want and the price. But if I flatten right now, and you obviously look at the bid and ask, where it's going to take me out at 244 more than likely, the last, if I do that. But again, this is a way in which you can, if you want to practice swing trading, you can use this to practice swing trading. Why would the Germans do that? There must be, I see that headline. German court bans Ford from producing or selling cars. It's got to be something. Trying to protect their Porsche sales. I mean, really, I mean, that is really weird. Now, Ford had a big recall. Ford had a big recall. Well, big one. I thought I read a couple of days ago about a recall for something, but I didn't think it was super extensive. Maybe wrong, but I guess if we check, yeah, it was only like 39,000 expeditions over fire risk, one injury. Okay. I mean, I'm not dismissing it, but maybe that's the reason. I did not get that short for Nero because of that. I mean, I know I could keep chasing it down, 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 but I won't do it. But that stupid uptick rule. Look at Globe guys, GLBE. I mean, it's under 19 now. I mean, it's chasing down, but man, oh man. The next low was 1861 and 1849. Got to put an alert there. And, you know, it may not happen today. It might, but maybe it happens on Monday. And by the way, guys, I mean, if you're not using our price alerts, I think you're not using Trade Ideas to its fullest extent. So if you're wondering how to create a price alert, just click on New from our toolbar, and then click on your price alerts window. Now, if you've never done it before, it'll be blank, but it will look something like this. Okay, it'll look something like this, and of course yours will be blank. Let me get rid of some of these ones that triggered. Give me a moment. So I'm just going to get rid of these ones that triggered. So the price alerts window, how to use it. This is how I use it. First of all, I minimize it, okay? But I'm going to explain why I do that. So if I want to put a price alert, let's say I want to put a price alert for GOVX. I don't want to do that one. Say SIGA. SIGA is something that's moving pretty, you know, that moves. So I'll put a price alert here, and all you do is just go to your chart and, you know, follow the dotted line. And then if you can eyeball it, you can put the price alert exactly where you want, just based on the dotted line. And then you right click and create the price alert. Now, if you don't want it at 1073, if you wanted it at something else, of course you could just type that in. I'll keep it there. And now I don't have to put any notes if I don't want to. Typically I don't. And now I save it. Okay, now, shoot, I was just a little too slow. You see how it triggered, but what would have happened is, no, I have this minimized, okay? This is what I always do. I minimize it, and I was just a little bit slow. What you would have seen is that the price alert window would have popped up on my screen, okay? Because I minimize it, and when I get an alert, it pops up on my screen. I sort on the trigger time column, so I'll always see the last one right at the top. Notice how it actually changed colors. Well, it faded, it went on to a yellow, and then it faded back to this. And you can also put a sound alert. You know, with the actions, right click actions, you just follow this. You could put a sound alert on it also. So you cannot miss it. And so I think it's so easy to use. And if you're not, because the thing is that instead of having to, keep an eye on a chart or anything like that, I mean, and look, we didn't originate the concept of price alerts, but it just allows you then to set a price alert and then you forget about it. If the alert happens, it happens. If not, well, you'll never, it doesn't really matter, does it? But the thing is that when it happens, and you can click on the symbol, and then you can see, okay, what is it doing? Okay, yes, just because I get a price alert for something doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. For instance, if I put that price alert for SIGA up at 1073, but what if it had dropped all the way down here and then it started moving higher and it was just accelerating? I wouldn't take the trade because in theory, it would be so extended. So just because I get a price alert doesn't mean I just hop into the trade, if that makes sense. So that's why, I'll click on the alert and then I'll check to see what's happening, what's the market doing, if I feel the market could be affecting it, not the SIGA. We already know SIGA is not affected by the market, but that's the concept though. I think somebody mentioned this kidney before, well, Chinook. So this has got some room to 16, guys. I mean, and it's a relatively low float. Is there any action? Aha. So Trade Ideas is starting to get some news into Interactive Brokers. So this is the news. It just hit. Okay. It's something, the deal that we're getting with Interactive Brokers. So KDNY, alert from Trade Ideas, breaking out on volume. So this is something that is just pretty new. We've been working with Interactive Brokers for a while, and now they're starting to pick up some of our, what we call our news. And it'll start with TRID. Give me a moment. That's a heck of an alert, guys. The KDNY. I mean, it's got the room. I mean, as I say, the next time looking left is 1608, so it's got some room. And they present data, so they're presenting data at the 59th European Renal Association Congress in 2022, and that will be on what date? So, I guess the feeling is this. I mean, why would these companies go and present if it was terrible data? I mean, that's the theory. Give me a moment. KDNY guys, go. And it boomed from there. Nice little alert from it's, I mean, it's pretty cool for that we're now are a small part so far anyway of the interactive brokers headline news. See if I can show you this. If this, oh, so that's what it looked like. That's what ours trade ideas, okay, ID, and then kidney alert from trade ideas breaking out in volume. It's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, we're such a little company. We're this little blips on these big guys' radar, but we convince them, to take some of our headlines and put them as part of their news feed. And I gotta say, that's one heck of a headline. I mean, the headline happened right here around 15 something, 15:05 or so. We're at 15:47 right now. No, no, Omni, no, not at all. It's just, oh, well, yes, yes. I mean, I had to click on, when I got the alert here, I clicked on KDNY. And then, of course, it's like anything else. The news feed in IB is specific to the company. Now, I guess there is a general news feed, but I don't use it that way. I only want to see company specific news. So I'm sure it's possible that but that would get overwhelming if you just had a general news feed. No, 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 Pepe, no API. No API that we should. We used to, but not allowed to anymore. Exchanges put the kibosh to that. So no API. All right, guys. Well, that's the first. I saw one a couple of days ago, but listen, again, we were just a little company, and some of you may know the name David Afariat, and he's one of the partners, and he sort of is involved with business development, and he's worked extensively with IB for it seems like years and years and years, and just to convince them to take that kind of a feed from us is, hey, it's a little bit of a coup for us, I think. Give me a moment, please. Guys, it's getting close, almost noon, so I am going to be taking my break. I'm just going to put the announcement in. Okay. So on. Be back around 1 o'clock. All right, so I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. He should be showing up anytime now. It's 11:56, so I'll just wait to hear that little ping that I know he's into our YouTube room. Yeah, guys, I mean, the SIGA is still it's still viable. SIGA is still viable. I mean, it's at an all-time high, of course. But look at these bottoming tails. Look what it's doing. It's kind of, it did not utterly collapse. I agree, Scrub. Yeah. Look, I mean, look what's happening here, guys. Look what's happening here. I mean, the high was way up here, over $11, but okay, maybe the market is stalling a little bit here. We've got some bottoming tails, the previous two of 3 and 4 15-minute candles, not making new lows yet. Little glimpse of a green bar here. So maybe the market has bottomed out for a while. I wanted to get so distracted right now. The global, the GLB. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I'm actually waiting for a breakdown here, 1850 or so. That's for the GLBE. It may happen today, but I certainly want to know about it if it happens next week. I'm telling you, that SIGA is really basing nicely. I mean, I thought like Zach that this might have been the big rug pull, but not really. Well, not at all. I mean, yes, okay, if you were able to get it up here and rode it down to the 1024, but I mean, it is still strong. A real rug pull would have been, okay, that's it, bunch of red candles in a row. But, it is still strong.
Barry, my buddy, can you hear you?
I can, Andy.
All
Can you hear
right.
me?
I can. How you doing, man?
Oh, excellent. Did you, I was just showing, I don't think you have interactive brokers, but we had a news headline in the IB feed. And you know how
Oh,
David's been
really?
working. Yeah, David's been working on that, and it was for kidney. Well, it's Chinook, but I call it kidney. KDNY. Take a look at KDNY just for fun.
Oh, nice.
And the alert, it happened just to show you what I'll just show you what I'm talking about. You can see my screen right now. You can see my screen, right? You see that? See what? So that's from Interactive Brokers.
Okay, I think I started sharing, Barry. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Well, that's okay. That's okay.
well, let me see. What alert did it come from?
It's a breaking out on volume,
Okay.
KDNY. It was yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, not
Nice.
bad.
Not bad
So
at all.
I saw one earlier this week. That's the second one, but it was a great actionable one because I think the alert happened around 15:03 and it popped up to 15:45. I'm cutting
Ah,
into your time, so I will
no
let you
problem.
go.
No problem, buddy.
Well, so I'll probably show up at about 5 to 1 and maybe we can chat for five.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. Sounds
Okay.
good,
Have a
buddy.
good hour.
All
Okay.
right, bud. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, traders. This is Andy. If it's your first time in here, this is the support webinar. So if any of you guys have any questions about the software, I know this is still going in test drive, so we probably have some test drivers in here. I see a lot of common names, but hey, Aja, how you doing? Hi, Dana. Hi, David. Hey, guys. Good to see everybody. Rajiv, how you doing, buddy? Iris, how are you? Bill, man, a lot of familiar names. I always like seeing that, and I like seeing the new people as well. All right, guys. This is once again the support webinar. So if you do have, hey Peppy, how are you? Any questions regarding the software? This is the place to. You're in the right place. Hi, Jeffrey. Boy, yes, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you. I was doing much better yesterday. Have a few positions left over that are not obviously look at the market, not doing very well. But so I'll be maybe managing some positions here. Let me grab this real quick and zoom this over here just in case I have to work some accounts over here while I am talking to you guys and watching the market. All right. Yeah, boy, I tell you, this is a definitely a bear market, and I don't know when we're going to come out of it. I will still stick to my guns that I'm not surprised to see a 35-40% correction. The sooner the better for trading, I think, but it's kind of taking its time. So unlike the pandemic where this everything kind of happened in about 3 weeks, this is could string, you know, it could yeah, string out for several months. So the good thing is if you're an active day trader, it can be very profitable time. If you're more like me and into swing trading, it becomes a little more difficult. You got to pick your poison a little bit better. Do I have a scan for a market like today? Well, it depends on what you're looking for. I do have. I mean, if lately, if you've been looking for, if you're a short seller, is definitely been some opportunity over the last several months. Um, I don't I don't short sell that much since I'm a swing trader. If I'm on a short, I'll just short. I made some really good money buying TZA this year. Uh, I started pretty much back in January, so I've done real well in TZA. But I don't like taking overnights on particular stocks. I just afraid of the news overnight. But extreme carnage, if you're an active trader, and I will load this up. And it's kind of like the extreme master blaster, but this is looking for stocks to the downside. And if we go back and maybe look at history for today, see if there was any opportunity. Well, there was a little pissant stock, but deer, great opportunity today. Early in the morning, it's been selling off all day. That's if you're looking for in a bear market, if in a bull market, these things can be difficult because there's people kind of always buying dips. But boy, when you get in a bear market right now and people are just selling everything, this could be a really good. There's another one right from the get-go, 160 this morning, all the way down to 150 now, and looks like it may go lower. It's a different, shorting's a different game, but when you do get in a tape like this, you can definitely do very well to the short side. There's Wolf this morning. This one probably started coming out, yeah, about right there. So a lot of opportunity. Let me just go ahead and share this if you don't have it. For those that don't have it, if you are a short seller and not afraid to short, this can be come in very handy. Extreme carnage. Yeah, as far as if you're talking about looking for upside signals, it's tough. Uh, they're out there. I think you just kind of got to use. I like race cars in the morning. Change from open, just and you can still find some opportunity. Change from open. I'm very. I mean, you can see my watch list this morning. This was my eye watcher, and the only one I dropped in that was ZIM. So this is the ZIM was the only call today and holding up very well. This about close to where I've dropped it in this morning. So this one is holding up. I like this anytime a stock has earnings and they will maybe sell off the first day after earnings and then they come and they take out that high of earnings. Always gets my attention. Now, given a better market, I think this thing could possibly be up, $3 or $4 higher. But unfortunately, all stocks are kind of subject to what the overall market's doing. But I still kind of like this setup. Ah, man. But tell you what I've been doing. If you guys, once again, let's see, Dana says, Andy, why some stocks race windows are limited to only 10 symbols? Oh, well, no, you can, what you need to do, let me get you a race set up here, is, let me just say, am I going to race this revenue growth fishing? When you launch the real time race, it's only going to give you the amount of lanes for the size of the window that you have right now. So if you're only at this size, it's probably going to max out at 5. But if you take it up, okay, now you can come in here and you can put 20 lanes. So you just have to expand on it, and you can just click out of that window. And if it's not tall enough, in other words, if it's not long enough, it's going to put the maximum number of lanes you can have based upon the length of your window. Yeah, yeah, it's kind of tricky. That's how you do it. Oh, market, another leg down. Boy, I mean, I scalped out of some stuff yesterday, but uh, I did. Let's see, Zim, Snap. I'm still up on these trades, but man, I may have to cut some stuff. Don't like the way this is working. Gonna have to sell half of that. I'm about flat in it. I bought it yesterday. I'll give it a little room there. If it breaks 28, I'll sell it. Ugly, ugly. Look at this move in shop. Yeah, beautiful move yesterday. Now, luckily, in this kind of environment, I'm always selling all the way up. So I did very well in shop yesterday. But what happened is I started buying. You can see where I put this line right here. I bought back into a little more, and I'm going to have to just cut that one. I believe that one is taken out. So I'll give it a little room here just in case it want to tickle yesterday's lows. Netflix, I'm still up in that one. I bought that yesterday too as well. But it's some ugly action. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and sell half of that ribbon real quick in case it wants to. So I'm afraid if it breaks a 28, it's gonna come down pretty hard. Ugly, ugly. No, no, we're not done yet. We're breaking some major levels right now. Is why I need to. So taking out that low we hit about a week ago. So we'll see if we just kind of go through it and bounce up. A lot of times that's what you'll get, but we'll see. But not looking pretty. Let's take a look at the Qs. Same thing. You could draw the line right here at yesterday's lows. I mean, sorry, last week's lows. Breaking them and check the IWM. IWM is actually holding up better than the rest. Uh, I I look for like stocks. I don't mind doing bottom fishing, especially in this market. I had a lot. I mean, here's what I'm finding in this market. If you're looking for like good uh setups, I mean this Dow was beautiful this morning. It was a nice little setup, but I'm finding that these trades are just as hard as the bottom fishing ones. So a lot of times what I look for, let me give you a good example, and if it fails, it fails. But what was it? Well, let me look on my screen. Let me show you kind of what I look for when I'm doing my bottom fishing. And it was Spotify. Now Spotify right here, look what happened is, okay, so this one bounced off its like multi-year low in Spotify, been getting killed. Okay, so what happens here? It bounces, has 2 good days, and then just goes sideways and hangs out above its 10 and 20 period moving average. Okay, so I'm still in this one, but let's face it, if the market continues to just get clobbered, to me, this is potentially uh, a potential bottom in the making because yeah, I need a bottom fishing scanner, but it's really my eyeball, and I'd like to look at this one called Armageddon, and let me pull it up. I think I may have it already in here. I may have looked at it last night. I don't know. Well, let me just pull another one up. So there's not really a scan iris that shows me. So what I'll do is I'll look at these and kind of go through them and see which ones are kind of showing some short-term strength. Okay, obviously on a daily uh, chart, they're not going to be showing a lot of strength at all. But I noticed that a lot of these ones, like look at Spotify, holding up very well. Bounced off the multi-year low, holding up very well above its averages. It's better than I can say about some of these strong stocks that I'm looking at today that are kind of giving it up. So I find myself doing that a lot now. A lot of times, when you're wrong, this RIVN was another good example. This is a good example of a stock that, even though the market is selling off, this one is probably its tires are RIVN. So I bought this. Yes, I'm trying to remember. I bought it maybe maybe yeah, 2 days ago. So I've been in this for a couple of days. Been scalping out some. That's what I do in these kind of markets. They go up, I'll sell them. They come back, I'll buy them back because I know when you see profits in this market, you better take some because it can be erased really quick. So that's like this snap this morning. I sold some. I sold some up here above 24. I was in it uh, from yesterday. around 23, and then I got I got a point out of it. I sold half, so I'm a little bit breathing a little bit easier on this snap. Uh, Zim. This is my call from today. Yeah, I bought that this morning, just tiny bit underwater there. PayPal was another one that was kind of looking like it was digging in when the market's selling off. So I'm not in a hurry here. You can see it's still well above yesterday's lows. I'm not down too much in that one at all because I was actually in it yesterday and I had I scalped a bunch out, but I did buy some this morning right here at on this level. So I'm a little bit underwater on that. But this shop is needs to bounce here, or I'm gonna have to. But it's see how it's still. If they're still in this kind of range, if they stay in this range, I'm okay with it. So I'll probably just put alert down here. If it gets near that bottom of that range. Siga, you gotta know you guys were watching that, playing that one. Yeah, this is probably a better market to be a day trader. Netflix was showing some strength this morning. And this is I thought about adding this morning, and I pulled back and said, "Nope, not in this market. I'm not going to add." I've been in it from yesterday, and I was like, "No, I'm not gonna add." So a lot of these stocks had some good moves yesterday, but they're just kind of being reversed in the overall market weakness today. Uh, I don't use a scanner to like point them out. Once again, I'll share this. It's called Armageddon, and what I'll do is I'll look for stocks. Uh, so let's take a look at right here. Okay, these stocks, I got them sorted by, I mean, they have to be down at least 30% over the last 20 days. But I sort by change from the close. Like, let's take a look at this scalar. Okay, this is actually, well, it's giving up now because everything in the market, but it's still up on the day, up over 3%. So this is one that, I'll keep an eye on because it's been beaten up and yet it's up today in a very ugly tape. Ooh, that's one ugly chart there. Boy, look at all those red bars. Probably stay away from that one. I typically like a basing pattern, something uh like I showed you on that Spotify. Okay, that one's not bad. Although I sometimes stay away from these. It's not a biotech, but it's a uh yeah, this is interesting. Okay, you sold off really hard, bounced up, and now you're going sideways. So uh yeah, one that could be interesting. I'll put a mark in case. Although typically this looks like after earnings, so yeah, I don't know. That was some ugly sell off after earnings, so I probably would leave that one alone. The thing about it is when I do play these, I'm looking for a move. A great example was the two calls yesterday. One was RIVN. I called this for the I and had a great move, 28 all the way up to 30. Anytime I get a move like that, I'm taking, I get 10% or something like that. I'm taking profits. Okay. I'm not gambling on is this the bottom of the market? Uh, so I took profits in all these yesterday, but unfortunately, okay, the shop you're just gonna have to go now. Snap. Now Hood, I actually was in Hood from this 8, I think around 8:15, 8:05. I bought it on this day. This is when I was going in and buying a lot of those things. So I got a nice gap up. Now it's hard to tell. There's that R buy. be in, but I've already sold it. Sold half. Uh, so Hood, I've been jumping in and out of other accounts. So anyway, I've done really well on that stock. So I'm not really too concerned about the sell off right now in that Hood, but I will be if it breaks below that low. Yeah, yeah, I can share it. I mean, now it's here's the thing. It's you can do really, really well on these when you hit them right. This is how you get, when when you get a big bounce when you're bottom fishing. I mean, the whole key is take some off early, because uh, when you get into a tape like this, just nothing can irritate you more than to have a nice 10 or 15% gain and not take any profits, and it's gone in the snap of a fingers because of just our market climate right now. So let me Armageddon. Let me share this. And you got to be disciplined. That's what I like about selling. And most of them I sold 75% of it yesterday. Mistake today was probably going back in and buying a little more. But really, the only mistake I made was the shop. That's just that's just brutal. You're welcome. Okay, PayPal needs to hold this 5-day moving average here. Luckily, I sold half my Spotify up here, half of that. So I'm doing okay on that one, just barely. That one. Yeah, it's a different type of style, and don't get me wrong, I definitely will trade a lot of strong ones. I'm just finding it out right now that if you're looking for stocks that are like anywhere near highs or chasing a good looking chart, boy, you get slapped around on that with those too. Uh, yeah, yeah, and here's the thing, a lot of the traders here, myself, and well, quite a few of us, Barry, we've seen bear markets like this, and they can get really a lot uglier. You go back to 2009, uh, 2001 when the internet bubble, that was a wild one. So yeah, I mean, here's the thing: if you haven't traded and I'm not talking about like a pandemic move where you sell off for 3 weeks. That's I'm talking about one of these long, stretched out, 8 or 9 months bear markets, which is possible. They're usually quicker, obviously, than bull markets because fear is a lot stronger than greed. But uh, it's a different animal, right? And if you don't adapt and pull back your trade size and do some things to help you, uh, stay in the game, stay in the game till that bull market comes back around. The beauty of it is it's great for opportunity. Okay, for me, when you just get these grinding, Fed induced free money markets would just keep grinding higher year after year. it gets kind of slow and mundane at times. And for me, it's always great to have a big reset, and so as I tell you, that can bring some opportunity. You make a list of stocks, put some price alerts in there, some ones that you've been missed out on for all these years, and wait for them to come back. A good example would be something like Apple. If you haven't participated in Apple all these years, well, look how much it's down on the year, and maybe you can see I have an alert. This is kind of stuff I do. I'll put an alert in here, and if it gets down to this 122, got a nice little level there, maybe right here. But no, we're actually trying to go through that right now. Could bounce here, but I'm looking at that level down there for possibly maybe a little nibble on Apple. Woo, doggy, they're selling everything. Spotify, you may be cut next too. Okay, so that. Yes, I mean, really, all my positions over here are just fine, except for that stupid shop, and I'm gonna have to cut him, give him a little bit of breathing room. I hate selling things that are so extended. Try to be patient. Yeah, good question. I have something. I have what's called my. I This is homework I do for the eye. Uh, I got a couple of things that I look at. Now, there's probably with this market, probably not going to be a whole lot of things in there. I may have two of these open now. No. So these two on the left are looking for stocks that are possibly changing a trend. In other words, they've been in a downtrend for a long time, but they're maybe starting to turn the corner. So these can be. I typically, even though this had a big run, if you look at it over the grand scheme of things, it's been in a downtrend and starting to. I would rather catch them earlier. Uh, Same thing with revenue growth fishing. This is a trend change that has revenue behind it. So this stock right here, it's a new issue that has been beaten up, but looking to possibly turn the corner. NUTX. Oh, that was one that had it was a high flyer. This one, I bet Barry's got an alert on that one somewhere. I'm gonna stick one up here at highs just in case that one goes off. Maybe worth a day trade. Wonder why it doesn't have float. That's an interesting looking chart there. Definitely relative strength up on the day. MRTX. I usually like to find them like a just basing a little bit more. This one, you know, it's not bad, but I'd rather have some sort of a longer stretched out base. Pull back above 50 SMA Pro. You're not seeing a whole lot of anything in here today because of the market conditions, but maybe by the end of the day, if we get a bounce, this stuff will have stuff. And these are basically just strong stocks that are pulling back and still above the 50 period moving average. Strong stock pulling back to the 10 SMA. Let's see if there's anything in here today. It probably didn't work. Okay, Oxy. Okay, there's your Oxy. Very strong chart, pulling back and touching the 10 period moving average. Uh, Phillips 66, same thing there. Strong stocks pulling back to the 10 period moving average. What I will do is at the end of the day or in the morning, I will pull this up and look at it and see which stocks came and actually defended their 10 period moving average. Which ones, for example, Oxy. I want to know at the end of the day, did it defend that 10 period moving average, maybe bounced up a little bit, put in a tail right at that 10 period moving average? To me, that's exemplifying strength. So, uh, I if I see something like that, maybe I come in here the next day and put in an alert if it goes back above, you know, these two wicks. Parts. I think that was on my watch list today. OLN. Let's see. There you go. Coming down, touching its 10 period moving average. There is your little signal. Nice setup. These are just stocks that I have a configuration in there that would make the stock look to me ideal on a scan. Actually, this is a buyout there. You might have a lot of buyouts. There you go. But this is a short. This is a ultra short 2000 is looking good. You're probably going to find a lot of shorts in here. Yeah, there's another short. So the nice setups are to the short side. TZA. There's your another one. Chesapeake. That looks pretty good. Strong. Today up today. Oil stock pays a dividend. So anyway, I will share this with you. I have no problem sharing my secret sauce. The idea, I mean, the hard part is just figuring out which ones to, being patient and watching the market. So, because I had a lot of stocks on there today, really only one really kind. I'm not saying it worked, but it's holding up the best, and that's the ZIM. That's the only new position I took today. You're welcome. You're welcome, Rajiv. Homework. Now, keep in mind, I mean, these can be used for day trades, but I typically will use these for swing trades. All right, Shopify. Yeah, I hope you finally found your little bounce area there, right at the bottom of this range. So, see if you can dig in there. What was I just looking at? Something that I just. Oh yeah, that NutX. Take this up a little bit higher. I don't know. You take it up that high, by the time you see it and pull it up, it's it's at $12. I always like to cheat a little bit. Yes, yes. It's yeah, and once again, it's different. They're down a lot today, but I'm swinging it just like this RIVN. I mean, everything, yeah, ugly bar today, but it's still in an uptrend over the last 2 weeks. It's way above its 10 period moving average. I did sell half today, just then, and so I thinned out a little bit. So to me, uh, yeah, shop is the one that yeah, that's ugly as it gets. As a matter of fact, if I get a bounce here and I get up anywhere around this maybe 1062 or 63 level, I may scale out a half of it. And remember, I did, like, on my this stock yesterday, even though it says I'm down like 61,000, yesterday it was up over 130,000. Now this is not my real P&L. I play different size here than I do in my account. I'm not gonna kid you guys. I'm not that stupid or that rich. So here's the thing. So what happens is when you're playing this style. Now, I'm I'm not betting that it's a bottom anytime I do this in these stocks. That's why I sell like half or 75% on the way up yesterday. And shop, I did really, really well. I made a lot more money in shop today than I'm losing today. So let's say, for example, I had 100 shares yesterday, and or and I sold it all the way up and left myself maybe let's say 25 shares. Well, I started buying, you know, little bitty pieces at a time right here. So it's a different style of trading. But here's the point I want to make, and this is when I'm very disciplined and I get out when I'm wrong. Okay, like I may be getting out of this shop really pretty soon. I have no problem, cutting my exits. I don't hang on to things for too long. Uh, but here's the key. Okay, there's going to come a time when there will be a bottom in the market, and I can promise you this: these stocks that have been beaten up real bad, okay, the shops, the Netflix, the Spotify, those are going to be the ones that are going to rally, 40 or 50%. Okay. So the guys give me a hard time because I'm always playing this game. But here's the thing: when I'm wrong, I'm out. But one of these days, I'm gonna catch it, and it's gonna be a really good day, or a good several days, hopefully. But it's not for everybody. If you're not disciplined, if you're not good at entries and taking profits quick to assure some lock in some profits, uh, it's like this snap I bought. Even though it's ugly right now, I did sell half of it at above 24, so uh, I can cut it now and still be a flat trade. So does that make sense? I hope that makes sense to you. So, which I'm about to cut it because it's not looking good at all. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am. Gotta start thinning out. Let me measure to see what's happening here. I don't want to ride it all the way down to that low. That's crazy. 2270. No, 2228. Yep. Let's cut it. Yeah, David, good question. The only problem about this is kind of in a real time alert. Okay, so I'm sorry, a real time filter. So the problem is, it's uh, we don't have the technology to go back and see where the stock was actually. In other words, if I did a history on this, I think it's going to show. Uh, it's a good question. I think I brought this up to the dev guys, and for some reason it was really hard to do where you can show increasing uh, scores, like getting better over time or losing their value over time. Uh, but I would love to see that too. Something where we can build a top list of stocks that are improving with uh, proving their score. It just we haven't been able to do it until up until this point. So maybe something in the future. Maybe I can talk to Scott, Michael, with the Market Explorer. Maybe there's something we can do in the Market Explorer, but I don't think so. Well, yeah, yeah, Rajiv. As a matter of fact, I did really, really well on Arc the other day. Uh, believe it or not, I bought it at like 36 and some change of the day, and had a really 2-day move. Now I'm out of it, and I've been playing some of these others. But yeah, Arc is going to be very, very similar to the stocks we mentioned. The you know the key is that when you're wrong, you just got to get out and chalk it up. And really, a lot of times I tell you that even in a bull market, when I get a nice move, I'm always selling half. Well, in a bear market like we have now, I'm typically selling like three quarters. Okay, just holding a little chunk. No, holding a little chunk just in case it is a bottom, and I got a great price. But when you're wrong, yep, you got to get out. All right, so snap is gone, and you're about to be gone too, shop. And when I sell them in my account, I come over and sell them in here. All right, let's take a look at the market to see if there's any resistance. I'm sorry, support coming up. And I was telling the guys the other day, I said, it's a bear market when you have to start putting up weekly charts to find levels of support and resistance in most of your stocks. So let's go to the weekly and the spiders, kind of marry it up here. Yeah, nothing really strong. I mean, basically see something better down here. I really think, guys, we have a date with the 200 day at some point, and I think that would probably put it, I bet, at about a 30 30% correction or something like that. Yeah, even my Zim's giving it up now. Yeah, I will definitely, zoom out and go to a weekly when in conditions like this, when you're trying to find support and resistance all the time. Maybe like on stocks that you're, been beaten up, you're looking at. Let's take a look at Facebook. Maybe, this is ugly though. It's below its, 200 day. Uh, I think if I was drawing something, boy, I don't know where I'd put that one. Sometimes I go to trend lines, I draw a trend line in the weekly chart. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually go to a monthly. Do it. All right. Just draw a trend line. See what we got. Because really, all your resistance is, you can see that's exactly what happened back over here. We bounced off that trend line in Facebook. So I'll find myself doing this a lot. Looks like we may go down, test that trend line again. Maybe I'll stick an alert in there, see if it holds it again. So yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of support in something like this. Let's put up Apple on the monthly. And there's that line, that alert that you see I got. That's definitely a pivot level right there in the monthly around 121 in Apple. Uh, but if that doesn't hold, this thing, the monthly 200 is nowhere to be found. Why is it nowhere to be found? One of the reasons I kind of bought that, I was looking at the monthly in this Shopify and it had a nice little area right here, but this thing is having a hard time holding. PayPal's another one where you're at that kind of pandemic low. Nice. There's another one that one reason I bought it is, look at that monthly there. But man, whoo, it's no fun out there right now. It's in a lot of these tech stocks. Get it back on my daily here. Oh, I was going to look at the cues. Hold on, just the cues on the monthly looks like they want to go to the 50. Maybe we stick that's a pivot level. By the time it gets down there, 264, maybe we get a bounce. And this is the kind of thing I do, guys, when I'm looking for potential bottoms. I did this the other day on the spies when we bounced off our anchored VWAP going back to the pandemic. What I'll do is I'll put little areas, profits. I mean, sorry, little price alerts, okay, on my chart. And when those trigger, this is when I'll start looking for some of these beaten up stocks. But okay, I see I got stopped out of Shopify. That one's gone. Okay, just little tiny pieces of stuff right now. I got a little bit of Netflix, a little bit of PayPal. These are all small positions left. Ones I didn't add on to, I actually sold today. So before the collapse. Zim, I'm gonna may have to cut that one. To the daily here. Microsoft is doing what? Let's see. Yeah, that's ugly. A lot of ugliness. Uh, you know what? I think we may, Jeffrey. Look on our YouTube channel. I thought we didn't, but Chris told me that we do. So, um, yeah, check the our YouTube channel, and I think they are being recorded. All right. So what we got here? The spies down 1 point, and nothing really. Spies down 1.76. Q's down 2.65. Ugly, 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 and IWM is nowhere near their low from this month. So interesting. All right. See if Spy's trying to dig in a little bit. If they have anything to them. Thought about maybe going over there playing a bounce, and then I was like, nah, I don't need to be trying to play a bounce and anything. Yeah, somebody mentioned Siga again. Definitely strengthen Siga. Well, some of the retailers really took it on the chin, haven't they? How's the Target holding up today? This is sometimes what I'll do is to have this carnage. Walmart still kind of alerting that Walmart going back to kind of a level over here, just in case. See if it bounces when it gets there. Is it now officially in a bear market? Yeah, it's kind of like a recession. I don't. I go by the tape and really not, and this, let's face it, this has been a bearish tape pretty much all year. So it's kind of like recession. We'll get at the end of this quarter, they'll tell us, oh, we're in a recession, but you know, honestly, I think pretty much think we're in one. Very good question, Rajiv. Okay, so this is what I like. Okay, this had earnings going back the pre-market on this day right here, and a lot of times you'll see this. Now, once again, had the stock market been better, or maybe just holding up a little, I think this one, would probably be much higher today. But that's the thing about trading. You may have the perfect looking chart, but no chart trades in a vacuum. You got to look at all the variables that can affect that chart. Uh, now, uh, I can take a look and see how the bulkers are doing, and they're selling off a little bit. SBLK, this was a call in the eye at 20, around 2960. So a really good call in the eye. This one's still, hanging out up here near highs. Uh, this one is kind of strange. I can't figure this one out, and it's a little bit actually scary. But I was just playing the chart. Uh, so what happened is what I liked about it. Okay, first of all, okay, when I called it, it was above all of its major averages. Okay, you had the 200 down here, you got the 20, you got the 10, and except for the 50. Okay, but when it poked above its head, above that 50 is when I called it. Actually, I called it earlier around uh, right around 60, I believe. So, and that's around 65. Wait, is that right? Yeah, I guess so. No, no, I called it around 65. I called it right around that 50 period moving average. But I do like when these a lot of these companies have earnings. I looked at the earnings; they looked really good to me, but doesn't matter. It sold off hard the first day, then it came back yesterday, and then it was on my uh one of my scans. I can't remember which one. Oh, I think I also look at the gapper scan. And I saw it gapping up above these two highs. I said I'm going to watch this one this morning, and it did everything I thought it would do, and uh just no follow through. I mean, it's the market. And this is why I adjust. I mean, I took a small position, and they're always small positions. I can always add to it, but I did like the chart, but it's still one that I could possibly be cutting. But the shippers have been one of the strongest on the board. Okay, I did like a lot of things about this chart, especially after earnings selling off and then coming back and taking the high of that earnings out. that's typically a really good setup. But market got it like it has everything right now. This is why, guys, when I put these ideas in the eye, boy, you gotta play the market first. Okay, don't assume that these are just calls. I'll trade them, but when I'm wrong, I'm out early. Now I don't have enough size to be jumping out right now. If it breaks down below this 10 period moving average, I might. But
Drew, are you there?
hey, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, here I am. Well,
Hey,
I did a crazy stupid thing. My keyboard has kaputted on me. I forgot to charge it, so I'm trying to madly find another keyboard that's going to work.
okay, no
So,
hurry, man. No,
um, listening to you though, talking about, I don't know how you hold anything.
well, I know.
I mean, I know we're completely different traders, but I
Yes,
mean, I don't know how you hold anything right now.
yes. No, it's and trust me, the only reason I can is because I did yesterday. I scalped out a bunch. I had a really good day yesterday because I was in Shopify, I was on all these beaten up stocks, and so what you see on my blotter is a different game than what's happened in
Yes.
real time. But yes, no, it doesn't feel good. And I did cut, like I said, I cut a lot of the stuff before it even collapsed today. So uh, yeah,
And you're not big on intraday shorting or anything like that, are you?
no, I don't. Only because if I was still day trading, I used to yeah, I would do it all the time. But now that I'm a swing trader, Barry, I'll usually just short the indices.
Oh, I see.
I've
Okay.
done really well on TZA this year. Uh, just I think the first time I bought it was right around this 30 level. So I have been playing that a lot this year. I'm not in it right now. I wish I was, but I actually bought it the other day on this pullback, but I sold it yesterday. Anyway,
Yeah.
I jump in and out, of the TZA a lot, but or the SQQQ or whatever I'm thinking of at the time.
I'm sorry, Andy. I'm just slightly distracted. I've got my other keyboard working, so
Oh,
that's
good.
cool.
Okay, good.
Oh man. So
So, are you
what was
trading
I
that
gonna?
SIGA today? Did you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, good,
Oh
nice.
yeah. Not early, but not
Yeah,
late. And
yeah,
I'm actually looking to maybe get back into it.
yeah. It's
I'm completely out of it. I've got an alert set for about 11:34,
okay.
which are the highs of a little bit highs over the last two 15-minute candles. And if volume comes in, like anything else, if volume comes in, you know what it's like. Traders will get excited, and this is an all-time high. Though maybe a bit of a disclaimer because I have a feeling that this was trading as another symbol that before Sega.
Ah,
I have a feeling it was. I sort of remember that. So even
okay.
though we
Yeah,
say it's a lifetime high, it may not be. But you know what? Who cares? It's.
yeah, yeah.
I jokingly said we better start a monkeypox channel because
Mm-hmm.
this is. I'm kidding, but you look at Sega, you look at this GOVX, you look at the CMRX, you look at TNXP and EBS. All these things are trading crazily because
Okay.
of and who knew about monkeypox? Or yeah,
Yeah.
I think I'd heard about it, but maybe 40 years ago.
Well, it's
Not really.
oh, Invex doesn't. I guess they don't have a monkeypox vaccine.
I guess not.
Mm.
So that'll be the next thing to unleash on the world. Oh my God.
Yeah, really. Oh
But
man.
anyway, yeah. So yeah, because you were talking about like relative strength. I mean, just look at the SPY and then look at SIGA.
No,
I
of
mean,
course. Yeah,
and that I always say. I mean, that's what we're so, especially for an intraday trader. That's what we're
yeah.
so good at identifying.
Sure.
The alpha stocks that don't give a rip about what the rest of the market's doing within
Yep.
reason.
Yep. Well,
And so
I
that's
will if I'm happen to get lucky and hear something, but I'm mostly focusing on these swing trades and yeah, but I will definitely will play something like that every now and then just because.
right.
Yeah,
Just
I don't.
because.
Yeah, just because. But I didn't see that one today till it's way too late. Well,
Well, you had to be in
you're
our
getting close.
trading room. Andy,
Hmm.
what are you doing? Why
You're
aren't you in the
right.
trading room?
I know you're right. I got to get in there.
That's right. You can even join in. I have no problem. It'd be fun to banter back and forth.
Yeah, sure, of course, of course.
But I'll let you go if you want to go
All
now. It
right,
is one
buddy. All
o'clock.
right, Barry. All right. Well, thanks a lot, man. And
You bet. Have a great weekend.
you too, man. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
See everybody.
All right, guys. I was just chatting with Andy in our, I'm back in the main room now. Let me get my music going. And Sega, yeah, Sega almost got me in. It almost got me back in here, guys. It took up that 11:20. I wasn't talking to Andy, but it just pulled back. So I'm just going to reset my alert at around that 11:36 mark, and we'll see what happens. I don't. Well, look it up, Rajiv. It's something that's happening in Europe, I guess. Um, Let me just get my music going. There we go. Now, while I was on my break, not really on it, well, I take a break. I just take a break usually just from talking. But guys, the PSTG. So if you were here earlier, you heard me talking about, of course, the PSTG. We had this alert, and I asked Craig, I don't know if Craig is still in the room. But we had the alert here at 2348 for PSTG. That was as a short, but I did not take it then. I was reluctant because I thought it was drifting too close to the whole number. When it broke that whole number though, and that's at that 23 mark, I pounced on it. And man, look at this, because when you look left, that's what I was really waiting for. 2812 was the low there, and 23. No, that can't be. Let me try to see what that low was. Yeah, it was taking out these lows right there. And so anyway, pouncing on it when it took out that 23, and this is just now moving lower and lower. And of course, it's definitely a market play, and that's the PSTG. So took it just underneath that 23 mark. So, and right now, I mean, it's been a really nice steady trade. Look at this. I mean, a little bit of a pause here, resumption. I don't know where it's going. Oh, Craig, so you were, and I wasn't sure if you kept in the trade, because I know it had that little jog up here that might have got you out. Oh, I see. Okay, good. And amazingly, I mean, the market has been, we haven't had a bounce in the market today at all. We started off really nicely positive, but it gave up all its gains, and now, of course, more. We haven't had two green candles in a row since the market opened. And yet we've only had only three in the 10-day daily breakdown, which is interesting. I think the woof is probably, yeah, I could have taken the woof on the 15 break for the second time. This is why, I always harp on the fact that anything I have is like a watch list. So the fact that woof, we got an alert here at 9:56 at 15:01. You can see the candle, you can see the arrow. That's just telling me the candle in which it happened. But look what it did. It actually popped up to 1574. Had I been really paying attention, I would have put an alert at 1501. Okay. And then when it broke 15, I could have said, okay, this was a little early, and now it's time to short it with the market doing what it's doing. That's why I constantly say, watch, use these like watch lists, be it the AI, be it alerts that you're getting, because sometimes they set up later on in the day, especially when you get something that doesn't give you too many alerts. It's easy enough to keep track. And that's I've got some very, very tough filters in here. That's why I don't get very many alerts, and that's the way I like it. I have a feeling also on my my short watch list probably been awesome. UPST at 10:59, 44. Now it's at 40. This one was a weird one. TIGO 1693. So it's moved a little bit, but couldn't quite see why it was up in the first place. H&R Block is even now, 32.44. Yeah, it's been giving it up very gently. Roblox or Roadblocks, 31.38, 30.18 now. This one I will discount. It really was sort of supposed to be a high alert, but yeah, well, okay. Thing is, it's not shortable for me. It's not shortable for me, DPSI. And then the CPNG, let's see what it's doing. CPNG 1269. So, I mean, it's starting to drift down. I mean, this could be an awesome one. I mean, 1269, just looking here left. The next low looking left is $12. So, I mean, this has got, in theory, wait a minute, let's check this one out. Yeah, so the next low looking left is 1245. I mean, that could block it. But if it gets through that, it's got a shot maybe down to the 12 level. So, I mean, you've got to play, my watch list. I won't even look at this. I'm sure that there's nothing really great on the watch list up, even though you get these alerts. I mean, you've got to play what the market is doing too, or follow what the market is doing. Siga, guys, is still alive here. Siga is still alive. I mean, it's been a little bit choppy. There's no question. It hasn't been easy to hold through all this. Well, of course, you shouldn't have held through this unless you had such an incredibly wide stop, because I mean that went from 1148 all the way down to as a dollar drop. So unless you had a very very wide stop, you couldn't hold on. However, it's giving us signs that it's certainly not over. Yeah, exactly, David. Dave, I think it was I sort of remember this. I think it was another symbol, and then they pull. You know what? Our previous symbol did so badly. Let's change symbols. Same company, just different symbol. And here we go. So, yeah, I mean, the highs up here, yeah, they're around 11, right around 1150, isn't it, Zach? So 1144. Look at the volume. I mean, now, this is not a low float situation, 41 million shares. But it's traded the float now. 46 million have traded, so it's traded the float, and it is superseding yesterday's volume, which was huge. I mean, this did not trade very much. I mean, this is 135 times normal. Wow. Boy, the PSTG. Whew. Again, if you're listening to me earlier, I mean, I'm not ever going to tell anybody what to trade or how to trade it. I just said keep an eye on a 20. I was interested on that 23 break. I didn't take it this early. I should have. But on the other hand, I would have been stopped out. If I had taken it at 23, if I had taken it at 23.48, it would have worked for a bit, and then I would have certainly been out of the trade. On that pop up. There's no way I would have been holding on through that move up. Well, the other one I mean I should just be in is the global, the GLBE. I mean, it's just been right from here, 2017, that break right there in the 15, boom. The little green bar ignored, boom, straight down on the 15s. Yeah, I've got this GOVX. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Let me let's back out this weekly chart just to see what we've got here for highs. We have a high of 129. Oh, pure storage. Holy smokes, this is really good. So, I mean, some might say, well, man, I mean, you gave up a lot by not shorting it, up here. You're absolutely right. But, and here's the big but. When I take something underneath this whole number and I'm in around that 2283 mark or so. So I've got about a 17-cent stop. Okay, because that's the max. I will not let it, I would never let it go back over that whole number. So uh, so we're getting close to a 3-to-1, a 1-to-3, okay? Risk reward, okay? So we're getting it close to a 1-for-3 for me on the PSTG. If I had taken it, if I had taken if I had taken it earlier, I'm not sure where I would have put my stop. My stop probably would have had to have been further away. So taking fewer shares. Now, ultimately, would that have worked? Yes, but I had more confidence on that whole number break and the market moving down like this. I mean, there's just no. This is just like 2 days ago, guys. 2 days ago, we had no bounce in the market at all. Is that a lot of money? Well, they probably have billions upon billions in revenue. I don't know what they make, what their earnings are, but I know. I mean, nobody likes to see something like that slapped at them. Ooh, Siga, you're just teasing us with these highs here. Yeah. Remember, we started off very positively. The market was up, and even that first 15-minute candle looked okay, not bad. I mean, look at that. At one point it almost was back up to that 400 level. But since then, well, look at that Sega, guys. Boy, you're right. I mean, taking out that 150, 150, 1150. Now, I'm not, and we're not saying it's going to, and I'm not going to anticipate that it is going to. Just watching time and sales on it, guys, trading so rapidly. We're playing that 50-cent game. The thing is, it could explode through it, and I may not get it, but you know what? I'll take my chances. All right. So that's why you had to be really prepared for that. Wow. I'll tell you exactly what I did. I mean, I had a buy, I had my finger right on it, and at 11, I think it was 11:53. Traded some out because I just don't. I mean, look, I can't trust that it's going to keep moving. So when it was at 11:44, you know, in interactive brokers, I sort of, it wasn't a conditional order. I was waiting. I had my finger on the buy button on the submit button, and when it hit 11:53, I took it, and I was able to get maybe not all I wanted, but enough. And I traded some out because I don't know where it's going. It's not for everybody, right, guys? I mean, if you're new to trading, I mean, this is frantic stuff. Meanwhile, yeah, look at the market. Look at, I mean, I've still got to keep an, well, I don't really have to keep an eye on the PSTG. PSTG is just doing its thing down. I'm just really paying attention to the Sega guys. I don't want to have a big rug pull. I've already taken some profit, so I can't really lose now, but I don't want to see it completely collapse on me. Give up a dollar quickly, so. Come on, just either kick me out or pop again. Okay, I'm out. I'm out, guys. So I may get back in later. I'm going to see. I'm going to put an alert up in this area, on the 1170 area, and just see again if traders get interested again with some volume. I'm out of the trade now. And the only reason I'm jumping on this one is because these things can happen just like that. This stock was up at 1139 and then it just dropped a dollar just like that. I don't want that to happen to me, so I'm not going to get too crazy, and I'll continue just to hold on to the boring PSTG as it just keeps moving downwards. I have to actually check to see where. Yeah, so the next low looking left on the monthly is 1885. Better back out the weekly and just do a quick check to see where it is on the weekly. Oh man, I mean, there's 19 is the low there. I mean, this has still got room to keep running down if it wants to. What did I read this morning? I mean, this is nothing, not earth-shattering, but only 8 companies basically make up 50% of the S&P losses. 8 companies, you know, on the Apples and all that, Netflix. 8 companies, 50% of the losses. How's our friend Zoom doing? Just for fun. Oh man. Yeah, back down to, I mean, this wasn't actually doing too badly. Well, I guess it was a $59 stock or so. This is before the pandemic. This is March of 2020. This is when it all started. And it was a $100 stock there. So now we're below pandemic lows for Zoom. Yeah, and yeah, point that out, Vicky, for sure, because certainly nobody wishes. I mean, I have to admit, I'm in a very fortunate situation regarding anything like that. But yeah, a lot of people's longer term retirement plans, I mean, they're probably being devastated right now, especially if they're tech heavy. Especially those who are close to retirement. I mean, that's what happened in 2008. You know, there were so many people that, of course, that was the real estate bubble that just collapsed. But you know, people that were close to retirement, basically seeing their funds reduced by half or more, and their houses been taken away from them. And now, I mean, it's just horrible. Oh yeah, I remember Enron. All right, guys, I've covered some of my PSTG. It's actually having a little bit of a pop here, so covered some, got all the way down to 22.33. That little area there was resting, so some at 22.40. Boy, here's a well, global. I mean, this GLBE. Look at this. I mean, now I was sort of jokingly thinking I would maybe short it next week when it took out 1853. You know, look at it now. I mean, straight down. Look at this market, straight down, straight down, straight down. I mean, hardly even looking at a 2-minute chart, maybe a little bit of, but look at on a 15 straight down. I mean, it's easy to stay in the trades. SIGA is not easy. It's not easy to stay in this trade because of, you know, all of the chopping. It might, for me anyway, unless you put a very wide stop on it. I was thinking of this 10 SMA, but that would be way too wide a stop for me. Well, this is the first test drive we've had in market conditions like this, so I don't know how people are faring exactly, but well, in theory, I guess if in the SIGA it hit the 10. I mean, I'm not trying to defend it at all, but it hit the 10 SMA. So if you took SIGA right here at 952, you'd be still in the trade in theory the way he trades until you'd still be in the trade because it only touched the 10 SMA. It did not even break down below and close. So in theory, but you'd have to be in early enough, but you could still be in the trade in theory. I'm just looking at SIGA as an example, of course. Well, not what works on all stocks. I'm just first of all today, what's going to work going long on it, virtually any stock. I mean, this one happened to be it, but look at Nile as an example. If you taken the short of Nile right there, you in theory could still be in this all the way down here. It never touched the 10 SMA. I mean, remember now, these are more designed just to try to keep you in the trade longer. I'm just looking at, because I had Nile was one that I was looking to short earlier. Same thing with the FLNC. I mean, it broke above it, and then it started to move down. If you had taken this short up in this area, if for some reason, for instance, you thought, you know what, I like this short right here at 950, and you took it, well, you in theory could still be in this trade if you follow that 10 SMA and never ever broke it. And again, I'm certainly not defending it, but I'm just looking at a bunch of them and TJX. Oh, this is just relentless. Well, guys, does this look familiar? 2 days ago, we only had one little pull up, if you want to call it. You had two green candles. This is 2 days ago, but the market, and that in this case, I think that the market had already gapped down a lot, and then it just kept selling and selling and selling and selling and selling. Only one instance of 30 minutes of green candles. In this case, the market had actually gapped up. And look at this. I mean, just no bounce whatsoever. Yeah, I think the eight EMA probably is very close to the 10 SMA, I guess. Is that correct, Ariel? And I'm only using the 10 SMA because Steve Gomez has got, he's been pounding the table on one of his scans, like I think he calls it jam down to the 10 SMA. We don't have EMAs, as you know, so as a filter. So the trick is for me is to be able to catch it early enough, and then to be able to hold on have the fortitude to hold on. Well, not if I get in early enough. Okay, it's a matter of getting in early enough, and then carrying the trade. And even if the stop was wide, I mean that's a case in which, a wider stop, fewer shares, make more money because you can stay in the trade maybe almost all day. Almost all day. Let's see if I'm not using his scan, okay? But let me just see. I think I may have see if I have it. Uh, I saved it. Oh, and I saved it, but if I did, I don't know what I called it. So no, no, I'm not looking at any scan. It's more about, okay, get an alert. Where's that 10 SMA? So for it, yeah, I mean, I'm late here, but I mean, we saw this kidney, right? We saw the pop up. So the minute it broke down through that 10 SMA, in theory, in his theory, would be you could short this and just, hang on until it broke it. So no, I'm not, I don't have the jam down. Somebody must have. I bet you somebody. Do you have it, Pepe? I mean, somebody probably has his jam down. I think he's shared it. I can't believe I don't have it though. I thought I saved it. Let me just do one more search. Thank you. Okay, there's so Pepe's got it. Now, understand that the jam down to the 10 SMA is designed for bounces off it to go long. Okay, so I mean that was the theory, something that you want to take on a pullback. Obviously, on a day like today, probably it's not going to be a great look. But the thing is, if it breaks down through the 10 SMA, and you short it underneath there, and you hang in the short on a day like today until it breaks above it. I don't know. That's not my trading style for sure, but yeah. So you could probably flip it and see what you get. All right, I'm seeing I'm seeing a little bounce in the market. I actually didn't see the bounce in the market. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, and I'm seeing, basically reacting exactly as the market is doing. And I just happen to look over here. So the market is putting the miniest of bounces. So if it could take us, say, 383. The highs of those, maybe and we get a second green candle, you know, we might have a bit of a bounce in the offing. But I wouldn't be holding my breath. I should get rid of my announcement. Okay, so isn't the 130? Oh, I think that's a 5. Yeah, I think he had one that was on the 5. You too, Craig. You know what? I'm going to ask him for it. I'll just ask him for it. I think he had it as a 5 on as the 5 SMA. But just give me one more time. Okay, I'm going to get it from him. I think Andy has a variation of it also. So there's the SPY guy. So the SPY, well, I mean, that's not a bad little pull up here. I mean, that wipes out 45 minutes if it holds. It wipes out, well, yeah, 45 minutes of down. So let's see if this holds. It's in the trader's vault. I can't open the trader's vault. So if you want to share it, because I don't have any of these windows pinned, so. Okay, let's take a look. So this is what I'd be doing. So again, you can flip this, of course. It's sort of a jam up to the 10 SMA, hit it, and then drop down. So what I'm going to do is, okay, so I'm going to take this and I'm going to flip it. Well, first of all, before I do that, I'm going to configure it the way I like it. So I might go 5 and 50, 35. He's got the change from the close. I'll leave it in there. I know we're all about the open now, but let me just see. And I don't care about the daily volume, average daily volume. So I am going to put in the volume today, say 300K, this volume today. I'd even add relative volume. I'd almost rather have it as a top list, but anyway, we'll see. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to flip it. Now, unfortunately, the composite score can't be flipped. That's okay. I am going to flip this thing. Okay, and then I'm going to move this now. The stock, the value has a max value of say 50. Those are weak stocks. I couldn't flip that. All right, so let's just see what happens here. I'm just going to monitor it, see what happens. So for nothing today. So, I mean, I may have to modify it just to see if I get something. I wasn't about the scan so much. I'll give you two guesses, Vicky. Well, we're getting a nice bounce, guys. A lot of stocks that I have on my thumbnail charts are all bouncing, just like the SPY. Now, for how long? Yeah, just like the SPY. So, you know, a lot of stocks are now starting to follow the SPY. Now, that one was starting to move a little ahead of that anyway, UPST. Hmm. Yeah, oh, no, real, for sure. You've been talking about this forever. Keep an eye on this the FHTX Foghorn, Foghorn Therapeutics. For whatever reason, it's having a little bit, not very much volume though. The low float situation, 17.8, not very much volume though. Now, what might we have 2 green candles in a row on the SPY today? Okay, forget the FHTX. I'm just looking at it now. The spread is too stupid. 990, 996, 1008. It's it's too much. I was thinking I might catch a bid with the market, but as I say, not very much volume. You go look at HPE as so in theory, if this doesn't take this out here, in theory, like it didn't take it out here, and you weren't in the short from here, you could be looking at a short right here, maybe, if it doesn't take this out, if it hits it and drops, I guess. I call them pull-ups, but that's okay. All right, guys, let's see. I mean, I know this is so after the fact, but it'd be nice to, to see like the Claire, CLAR, okay? It pulled up, or whatever terminology you want to use. It went into the 15, excuse me, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. It held, and then so if you were able to take the short, right in this area, you'd still be in this short. Now it's, I think real would say the wider, the longer it gets, or the wider it gets from this, it's a little more worrisome, right? You'd probably like to see it hug it a little bit more, right? Because with this mean reversion to get back to it, or am I wrong? But certainly in this one, if you'd seen this here and taken the short, you'd be in the short. There would have been no reason to get out of the short. Yeah, I think the only reason, of course, real is that because we don't have the ADMA as a filter. So I think that he he's been trading for a lot, like since the 90s also. So I think he found that the 10 SMA, as you say, is probably so close to the 80 MA that it's not going to make that much of a difference. But how would you stay in the trade if you if you were in this trade now from here and now it's here? I mean, I'd have a tough time watching this sort of approaching here and keeping in the trade. Maybe, but that's just me because now you're giving up almost $1 for it to move back up there. And yes, maybe it bounces off it, but well, that's kind of weird. I was trying to take a short of this HPE. And this is not down, well, was it down? Oh, it was down 10% yesterday, obviously. I guess it was down 10% yesterday. Maybe that's it. Because they would not fill me. Tons of shares available, 40 million. But I guess it was down more than 10% yesterday. So that uptick rule is still in effect. Okay, guys, what time is it now? Almost 2 o'clock. So winding this first week down of the test drive. You can sort of see too that you want probably stocks with a higher float to do this because you're probably that 10 SMA, something with a lower float probably jumps up and down through it many times, whereas something that has a higher float probably will not be as jumpy. I mean, it just makes sense. I mean, that's with any trade, I guess, but let's test this little guy here. So RBLX is coming into the 10 SMA. It had the bounce from Zach's scan, bouncing with the market. And let's see how it does at this 10 SMA. What a week. Yeah, exactly, Mookie. What a week. You know, especially if the market stalls right here for this RBLX coming into that 10 SMA. Okay, took a scalp on it. I'm sorry, guys. This is not my style of trading at all, but I decided, what the heck? Let's see. That was going to be my stop at 30, I think 30.60, and I just took a little scalp on it. Got in at 30.47 and got out, I think, at 30, I don't know, 30.38 or something. So about 10 cents, just to see, just to see. I'd be a lot happier if the market wasn't moving higher. But I can see definitely, I mean, you know, if this is kind of a key moving average, either the 80 MA or the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, like Real's been talking about for years, but then it coupled with what the SPY is doing. Anyway, that was kind of fun. You know, I was talking about our BLX, not our DBX, but that's okay. Red box, let's take a look at red box. DBX. Yeah, I mean, it's been hanging around this 5 level for quite a while. Okay. All right, am I going to IMMX? Are we going to see, look what's happening here now, guys. Look what's happening with IMMX. You can see it's on this little race. And again, you know, it takes out that high on some volume. This could get running again. So this had the news this morning on mice data, okay? But nonetheless, it had the news, and it's a very low float, 5.8 million. So if it tears through these highs, this could get it running again. Excuse me. Well, this one is sort of inching its way up. FHTX, the spread is tightened a little bit, but I mean, it's got a ton of room. That's the only reason I'm interested. You know, it's got a ton of room. RCMT, I'll care, Ori, I'll care for you. Yeah, I don't care. But what are you looking at here, RCMT? Because it's one of the few ones that are up for the day. All time, oh, an all-time high earlier, yes. I missed that, didn't see it at all. The volume was too light, that's the reason. Most of my scans have more than 300,000 volume, so that's why it wouldn't hit any of my scans. No. So RBLX now that the market is not moving higher, is becoming interesting to me again. Well, many scans, but I mean, you know, now later on, I mean, is in my watch list 975, but right here at 1036, 976. Now the reason why these are looking, well, you want to call them late, because for these to have triggered, I had to take out yesterday's high, and that was my trigger. Okay, because 976, when you look at it right here, you could just sort of see right there. There's the high, 975. So for my style of trading, it had to take out yesterday's high. So my watch list gave it to you. The basic new highs gave it to you. And let me just see if it's. So those two scans, 10-day daily breakout. 10-day daily breakout gave it to you. Same price, you know, it had to take out yesterday's high. But understand, I don't know if you're in the pre-market with us, but we were all going to be, well, all certainly watching SIGA just because of what it did yesterday. So I was already prepared, even without those. I already had a price alert. You know, I had this thumbnailed. Where are you? There you are. I had this thumbnailed, you know, down here. I've deleted the price alerts for them. So I had this thumbnail. So I knew I wanted to watch this one. Remember, I mean, you should, if you have the space, or create price alerts for stocks that were active the day before and set some price alerts for at certain areas. But in terms of an actual scan, basic new highs, my watch list, and the 10-day daily breakout. And it, you know, you can see where the alerts were right there. That candle shows you where the alert was on the 15-minute chart. Okay. Oh, Kelvin, I can't remember. It's a dollar something. I don't think it's dollar VIX. Somebody will know. I think Pepe knows. Somebody will know. Let me see if I can find. I do have. There is some file that I think has those sort of symbols. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Yeah, you tried dollar VIX too? I don't know if this is exact. Come on. There we go. Okay, I'm going to have to try to find, where is it? Is that an account management? Just give me a moment, okay? See if I can. Oh man, I'm having a tough time finding. Where am I going to find that? There was a list of symbols like the Dow for the Dow, DJIA, things like that. I just don't know where it is. I wonder if it's in stocks like this. Yeah, I apologize. I just don't, I thought I had it saved as a link in Trade Ideas, but I haven't looked at this for so long. I mean, it's got to be years. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just can't, I can't remember where it is. Hmm. Yeah, sorry, Calvin. I just cannot remember where it is. Somewhere on our website, somewhere it lurks. I just can't. And you know what? A lot of the traders will not know. It's not a question we get asked very often, and so consequently, they may not know either because to try to search. Can you find this? I mean, I can't even find the stocks like this page because I thought maybe it was there somewhere. The stocks like this. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that it'd be there. All right. What time is it now? 2:10. So another hour or so before I put myself on mute. Oh, I for when I was doing all that, I forgot I had reshorted the RBLX. Well, good thing I took a look at my Yeah, remember I was saying, with the market doing this, I thought maybe I should do a little reshort of this one with the market now starting to drop. I'm out of it though now. Another little quick little scalp as you've got me you've piqued my curiosity here. I thought it was in the account management for some reason, but evidently it's not. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, well, that's crazy. I did find this used to be a bigger list. This used to be a bigger list. That's crazy. I remember seeing this, and there's a far bigger list. So I don't know what to tell you. Stock screener index list. Pepe, come on, you must know. You know everything about trade ideas. Ooh, look at Siga again, guys. Somebody said this won't die. It will not die, Siga. I got you. Stumped you. Okay. Remember, hang on for the big fix. Boy, look at this. Look at the week this has had. I mean, amazing, isn't it? 689, 1183, monkeypox. Look at AMC. So there's that 15-minute A. There's the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. Popped into it, 1188, and it's dropping off it. All right, this is my new strategy that I follow forever now. Seems like a good little, if you miss the big down, it seems like a good little scalping strategy. Just put the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. So it's not a strategy. I mean, it's not a scan, but when you click on an alert, just check to see where the 10 SMA is. That's the blue line that I've got here in relation to the current price. So if it hits into it, see if it breaks it. If it doesn't, if it goes into it and then falls from it, maybe take a short. I mean, this is something that I don't. It's nothing I've ever really done in the past, but I can see, and with the market on your side, so kind of that RBLX. So I shorted it up here and I shorted it again, but especially with the market falling, you see how there's that 10 SMA and it's hitting into it, but it's not really breaking above it. But again, this is not a scan. This is just something, have the 10 SMA on or an 8 EMA. I guess they're almost the same. You see, wow. Okay, I mean, I'm sold. You see, remember I was talking about this one. The reason I didn't like this FHTX is at the beginning the spread was terrible. You know, it was about 10, 15 cents for a $10 stock, which was too much. But why I didn't see that this was hugging the 10 SMA. Okay, this was not a scan, but it came in here in my gap continuation or reverse at, I don't know what was the first one. Well, let's say, yeah, it would have, so gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. Okay, so that's where it came in. And so when I clicked on it, that's all I was doing. I was just clicking on it. And then I was seeing what this 10 SMA was doing. So look at this. I mean, it held. And so you could have taken this trade, you know, even over 10, and this has popped up to 1070. And the only reason I didn't take the trade, I was going to experiment with this, but the spread was not great. The volume was like incredible. I mean, it's not bad. It's a low float, but the spread, now you see how the spread is 63.74. But obviously, had I known it was going to do this, I wouldn't have cared about a 10-cent spread, 995, 1005 at all. Pretty interesting. I'm going to take a look at GLBE and let's see where that 10 SMA is. So there's the 10 SMA. So it came into it. And now is it going to come into it and then start to drop? I mean, now it came into it, you know, it's hard to see, but it probably came into it around 1851, which is not, you know, you're giving up 14 cents right now. But especially with the market starting to move down, there you go. Okay. Well, VIX is not in, but maybe we call it like dollar VIX or, oh, wait a minute, special. But that is the list I was used to. Thank you, Pepe. Then 15 minutes, sorry, 15-minute DSOP. I mean, this is a very interesting for me anyway. It'd be more, especially if you don't get it right at the very beginning of the day and it's hugging and you're staying in the trade. But for, as Real says, it bounces into it and drops, especially if the market's going to help. They are kind of like little scalp trades. I mean, they can turn into more. Obviously, if this market kept moving down and down and down, and you took this short right here at 1846. I mean, it could keep moving down and down and down with the market, of course. So actually, I do have let me just try this one. This is called biggest biggest pull-ups on losers. This is a top list window. So let's just sort of see what we get here. Okay. I would really want to refine this somewhat, but oh, look at F. Hope nobody listened to me. I mean, look at this FHTX. Awesome. I mean, from not because of the 10 SMA, but just the fact that it was a gap down in reverse. I mean, look at this. There's a dollar, even if the spread is 10 cents. Wow. So this could be a very interesting one, guys. I mean, as a top list, again, what is it trying to do? Biggest pull-ups on losers. So these are stocks that are down but have pulled up somewhat. And instead of trying to create a real scan on it, I mean, you can just see where have they pulled up in relation to the to that 10 SMA. Some of these, I mean, I would want to refine this somewhat, perhaps. But in a market like today, especially with it doing this, you'd probably want to see stocks that have pulled up, but they're still bad. Well, bad. I mean, they're down for the day, and then start to drop again. Yeah, and that is the thing. I mean, I could easily put the ADMA on here. I mean, there's no question, and that's what Real uses. So, for instance, here's one. So this is sitting on top of the 10 SMA. Guess, what's going to happen? How did I sort this? So what I did is I sorted this on the biggest ones that have changed in the last 15 minutes on a percentage basis. Maybe what I do also is put a minimum price here. And I'll go 10 and 40. Okay, that'll cut down on a lot of the fluffier ones, maybe. Can you change the background on the racetracks? Are you talking about here, this gray color right now, or this, I guess, taupe? And you want this to be white? But I don't know, but let's see. I don't think so. So again, is that, DSOP, is that what we were talking about? You want to change this, whatever this color is, taupe, and you want this to be white? Is that what you mean? I don't think so, because I don't see that there is a configure. Yeah, I don't think so. If that's what you meant. How to access what list, Raj? Oh, you mean the pull-up, biggest pull-ups on losers? I can give it to you. But remember, you can adjust it. You can adjust, you're talking about this? Okay, but again, you can adjust it. I remember I changed the price range. But this is the, oh, make sure it's not pinned. So what you'll see is the bigger version of it. You'll see this version, but I mean, again, you can, if you're getting to understand how to use trade ideas, you can make an adjustment, you know, on the price range you want to follow, other things, but the key is a stock that's been, and of course, the reverse, biggest winners, the biggest pullback on winners in a market like today is probably not great. But if, let's say the market was ripping higher, then all you have to do is flip this one, you know, go like duplicate the window first and then configure it and then flip it. And then you'll see just the reverse stocks that are strong, that have pulled back. Doesn't mean, of course, that they're going to pull back and then move higher. It's just alerting you to the fact that that's what's happened so far. Well, this little guy is now showing up in the 10-day daily breakout. NNVC just showing up now. The reason why it's late is because, again, it's one of those things, you know, it had to break the high of the day, and that was set way back here at 11 o'clock. So, but NNVC, not that I think it's a great, anything great, but if you have my 10-day daily breakout, it is just showing up. All right, guys, it is 2:30. So one last talk about the test drive. There is still time. If you want to sign up, this is the last day you can sign up. So basically you'll get next week. Okay? It'll be 5 trading days. You won't get the 10 trading days, but you get the 5 trading days. It still costs $11.11. Okay, so when you click on the alert, this is what you're going to see. And if you're part of our standards, so if you're a standard subscriber, you can also upgrade to premium for those 5 days if you want. So you can have take a closer look at the AI, etc. And when the test drive is over, it's over. I know I always have to keep repeating myself, but probably that's probably the biggest email we get during the test drive. How do I unsubscribe? There's nothing for you to do, okay? When it's over, it's over. You don't have to unsubscribe. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? And there will be a nice promo code next week. I don't know what it'll be for. It'll be 20 or 25%. Don't know exactly what it's going to be. Don't have the code yet. We'll have it next week. And I keep saying this also when I know I nag, but I mean, it's amazing how many people say, oh man, I heard you talking about saving things to the cloud and I forgot to, or I didn't, or I got lazy, etc. And now where is everything? So here's the deal. If you're part of the test drive, or even if you're a new subscriber, save everything that you do to the cloud. Individual scans that you may have created, layouts that you may have created, save everything to the cloud. And because if you do decide at any point in time that you want to take out a subscription, could be, a month after the test drive is over, a year after, 5 years after, as long as you use the same email that you used for the test drive, all your work will be saved for you in the cloud, and then you just have to load it, okay? So please, please, please save everything to the cloud. My homepage, of course, has a lot of information on it. My advice, save my link. So if you save my link, well, first of all, click on the link, and this is what you're going to see. So I would, again, hold off on taking a subscription. You'll get a better promo next week. If you're going to take the test drive, if you haven't done this already, you're new, please do the Let's Get Started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Save yourself some, save yourself the agony of looking at this and again, now what? What do? I have a toolbar. What am I supposed to do? Well, if you don't want to take the time, 30 minutes, then I'm sorry, I cannot help you. Brutal, but that's reality. We also have Trade of the Week is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the video, day of the video, that's free. All the education is here, including our user guide. So if you take them to Let's Get Started, like the getting started, then you can take a look at the user guide. Don't get hung up on all the information. I would probably just concentrate on these 4 right there. You should have already done the get started. You should understand what the channel bar has to offer, all the scans and layouts. And you should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is and what the differences are. After that, everything is gravy. So today is Friday. So Chris should be in our YouTube room at 3:30. Chris is there Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in our YouTube room when I do shut down the main room. So he's there between 3:30 and 4:30. So before I shut the room down at 3:30, I'll put the YouTube link in. Webinars, no webinars again next week, none this week, none next week during the test drive, but we'll be back to a normal schedule. The following week, you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. Again, if you're new to trading, a great little series, free. It starts off with what is a stock. And all my scans that I am sharing are right here. Okay, all the scans that I share are right here. A gap continuation or reverse. It's still producing, even though we're not in earnings season. It's still giving us good looks. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts as actives up and down. So if you save my link, there's a lot of information here in the getting started, my scans, and the education. So if you save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. All right, guys. So as promised, I said this is for Pepe only, okay? You guys don't have to listen. You want to put me on mute, but I thought I would tell Pepe what I did in order to get my Bluetooth working again. So Pepe, you're still in the room? And this could help others. And it may be more general for other things that aren't working. So I'll try to be brief. So couple of days ago, my Bluetooth stopped working. I'm listening and all of a sudden it stopped. So, typically all I have to do is maybe the connection just stopped for whatever reason, and I just have to reconnect, but that wasn't it. When I would go to my settings, it would, there's a toggle that shows you if Bluetooth is on or off. It said it was on, but then there was a script beside it saying Bluetooth is turned off. Well, that didn't make any sense, right? So I tried to do a few things. I tried to actually disconnect some of my headsets that I've got. I couldn't do it. It wouldn't allow me to disconnect. So there's something major wrong. So I'd had an issue like this when I first got this computer, but I'm off my, anyway, to make a long story short, I got support, not our support, but the tech support that I got to come into my machine. And the guy spent an hour and a half poking around, could not figure out how to get it working. And so he basically said, man, I mean, your Bluetooth, the little chip or whatever, the card that's on your motherboard, you may have to replace it. So I said, okay, I figured that's possible. It's 4 years old. And so I went down to Best Buy, and they didn't have the chip. They didn't have it, but they suggested like a dongle, a USB. And they didn't have that either, but they were going to bring it in for me. That was yesterday. Before I did that, though, I did one last thing, because in the back of my mind, I sort of remembered what the Dell guy had told me 4 years ago, and this was the fix. I did a hard reset, or a hard Windows. Well, let me explain it here. So the shut down, but I kept the shift key down, pressed down on my keyboard, and then it did the shutdown. Now, I don't know if that really made any difference with the shift key down, but here was the kicker. Once it was powered off, unplugged the power cord, and then pressed the power button for 90 seconds straight. 90 seconds straight. Now, I don't know if 90 seconds is the magic one, but I did it for 90 seconds because that's what I had written down when I finally found my notes. Plugged it back in, turned it on, presto, Bluetooth working. Unbelievable. So I don't know if other things, maybe it's not just Bluetooth, but other things that maybe go wrong are wrong with your computer. You can always try something like that. But it was amazing. I mean, because all of a sudden, when I went to my settings and the Bluetooth, and it said it was on, but I wasn't getting that message anymore. It was showing me what I had connected, which was what I would expect, and that's all it did. Amazing. So sorry about that, guys. I know this is but I promised Pepe I would tell him this before I got off mute or got on mute. Yeah, I mean, I'm on Bluetooth, 6 hours, 7 hours a day. So I can't wait. I've got to go to Best Buy today because I have to return. Well, I was supposed to go yesterday to pick up this Bluetooth dongle, just a USB you plug in. So it's sitting there. So now I can't wait to tell the Geek Squad guy, this is what you could have done. Actually, I found that I just did a forum. I just went on the forum because I had remembered in the back of my mind there was some kind of crazy thing the Dell guy told me to do. And so I literally typed in, says Bluetooth is disconnected, yet my toggle says it's on, something like that. And I was brought right to this guy who said, this is what you do. Amazing. Well, I am not, but I'm only connected one Bluetooth device at a time, Cooper. I only, I know I don't connect anything else to Bluetooth other than my headset. Anyway, I congratulated myself, for figuring it out, because it's a real hassle when it doesn't, you have my sounds coming through my speakers, and there's a lot of other stuff. I just wasn't comfortable yesterday at all. Yeah, I always say to, the tech people, I know enough to be dangerous. I'm not afraid to try things, but yeah, I'm certainly not a techie, but that I can't help you with. I don't know. But interestingly, this morning in tech support, Max, who had the problem that he didn't have to do the administrator, the run at administrator thing before. I don't have to either. I don't run TI's administration, and neither IB. Have never had to do it. It's always worked for me. But this is what he said, and this is what he had to do by running IB and TI as administrator. I mean, we recommend that. That's nothing to do with the price alerts, of course, but all right, guys. Yeah, the SIGA. Let's get back to this was an awesome alert. I'm floored by this FHTX. I'm looking forward to next week again, with this gap continuation or reverse because, I didn't think we'd get very many because most of them were earnings, but hey, I don't care if, it's not a numbers game. These are the only ones we got all day. This is the first time we got the alerts. Is the only ones we got. That's okay. Quality over quantity. Yes, it is. It is, Paul, and it's called gap continuation or reverse. Gap continuation or reverse. Now, this version, it may not. The only difference here may be that you might start getting alerts right off the bat. I put a 15-minute delay on here. The reason I did that is because things, in the first 15 minutes, they gap up, gap down, gap up, gap down. So I put a 15-minute delay on this, just using the timer. You don't have to, where is it? Time of day. I use the time of day filter. So I wanted to delay the first alert for 15 minutes. I can't remember if that's what I did in here. So you may start getting alerts. I mean, if you want alerts right off the bat, fine. But as you know, things can, especially in the gap up and gap down, they can gap up and down just like that. So I put a 15-minute delay on it, but you'd have to load it and see if that's there. I did not. Okay. So, I mean, it's up to you. Obviously, it's up to you if you want to do it that way. Just too much noise. And that's why I did it because there's just so much noise in the first 15 minutes. And before I did that, I would get alert after alert after alert, but it didn't mean anything. Kidney. Let's take a look at. I know it's not kidney. Before somebody says it's not kidney, why do you keep calling it kidney? Because it looks like it should be kidney. Okay. Chinook Therapeutics. So this is what Vicky is talking about. 5-minute cross plus VWAP. So there's the VWAP, 1462, and a 5-minute cross right there at 1460. Wow. It looks like where we have it anyway, the cross looks like it's right at the VWAP. But look what's happening. It's starting to drop down to it. So I'm done, guys. I'm not doing anything now. The only thing I would do, and it would be a real wild one, would be if somehow Sega took out the high of the day, running and running and running and running. on volume. That's the only thing that I could potentially do, but more than likely, I'm just done. But you're more of a scalper though, Vicky, right? I mean, yeah. So you're more of a scalper. So, and I'm certainly not. I mean, and you go into it thinking I'm only scalping. You're not looking for a longer run or anything like that. I mean, I go into things. Listen, I may only I may only get a scalp out of it, but that's not why I take a trade though. Monkeypox, GOVX, guys, GOVX. Well, the market has just flattened out. Another pearl of wisdom from Larry. Don't short a dull tape. Boy, this would have been, I know you're short this one, William, but boy, this would have been just a fabulous end of day trade. You know, even on that 10 break, even if you waited to 10:15 or so, wow. What's the spread like now? 11:40, 11:51. I mean, it's not great, but it doesn't matter. It just hasn't mattered. The GLVX is putting on a late day surge here, just a real cheap one, 9 million in the float, over $1 now. And let's take a look back out the weekly chart to see what it could do. The next high, I remember looking at this earlier, 129 is the next high. So it could be coming into a lot of resistance. If you're in this one a little bit earlier, you know, be aware of that 129 of 3 weeks ago. Oh, look at this thing go. DWAC, really? Okay. Man. Yeah, the actions here. Look at previous. Look at this is so ugly as a 15-minute chart. I mean, again, look how choppy and topping tails and I mean, let's see if this holds, but so when you hear me refer to an ugly chart, this is what I mean. That is definition ugly. You know, now maybe it's breaking out. I'm not talking about what it's doing now, but previous to this, I mean, topping tails, bottoming tails, up, down, up, down, up, down, no direction unknown. So that's his post, not your post, Zach. Okay. Okay. That's a barcode, exactly. You know what? Keep an eye on GLB. I mean, it's trying GLBE. I mean, if you're into it, last hour or so, I mean, this looks like it wants to have a little bit of a run, and the market's really not helping it. Maybe a little bit, maybe a little bit. Yeah, CFVI is associated, or at least the memers think it is. So this is, or is this Rumble? I can't remember anymore. I just I've lost touch with all these things. Yeah, maybe we get a comeback. I'd be amazed if we turn green, but stranger things have happened. You need some giant green bars. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, so I am now back. So 255. So this is what I'm going to do. Oh, look at look at that surge for GLBE and the GOVX. We got a late day. Hmm. They better make a top list next week of the monkeypox plays. So that's it for IMMX, guys. It never triggered. Didn't trigger for me. Looked like it was going to right here. But again, how I trade, I'm not going to anticipate that it's going to take this out and say to myself, yeah, it's going to work. It's going to take it out. Saves me a lot of chopping up of my account. I mean, even if I had taken this, of course I would have had to stop, but there's no point in doing it unless, you get a trigger or a setup that you want. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute now. The room will be open until 3:30. And I am still here. I'm still here. So if I have to hop on the mic, I will. But I'm just going to say put myself on mute now. Well, guys, I gotta pop in here on this FHTX. I'm actually looking. This is sort of remarkable because this morning there was news that the FDA placed a clinical hold on their trial, uh, cut to $18. I mean, I know it's over $18, but Wainwright, I think, probably had a higher. Trading lower, but also stock plunges after a patient's death. This is at 11:51. Okay, 11:51. And my goodness, you talk about a recovery. I was actually, I wanted to see the headlines to see if this had anything to do with monkeypox, but you don't. Let's see what Morgan Stanley. It maintained a coverage of $26, but I mean, but again, this is I got to show you this headline. So this is the first headline. Whoops, this is the first headline. Place the phase one. It's only phase one on hold. And then later on, it was talked about a patient's death. So this is an amazing move. I know you're out of it now, William, but my goodness, what an amazing move. This is a gap down and reverse. Meanwhile, this silly GOVX has done completely differently from what I thought it would do. But my goodness, look at this. 96-cent stock about an hour ago. Now it's at 145. Yeah, and the TNXP and the CMRX. It's funny, the SIGA, but I'm going to keep watching it right to the bitter end. All of a sudden it catches up because this is the leader in this monkeypox business. No, I won't hold anything for the weekend. No, I'm just, it doesn't mean a person shouldn't. I'm just not. I'm not comfortable holding. If you see these bios, I'm just not comfortable holding anything like that. Okay, guys, so getting close for until Chris takes over for me in our YouTube room. So what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link. Just gotta find it. Yeah, here's the YouTube link. So Chris will be there at around 3:30. There is the link. So I'll put myself back on mute. I hear him. Wonder if you can hear me.
Turn my other thing off.
Christopher,
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Indeed, I can.
Excellent.
Let's get you out of here early.
Oh, thank you. Man. Okay, Chris, I'll let
You got the
everybody know.
screen switched and you're ready to go.
I'm ready to go. Okay, so you can take, yeah, okay, so you've got your screen sharing. Okay, Chris, thanks a lot. Have a great weekend, buddy, and I'm sure we'll talk to you on Monday.
Sounds good, Barry. Enjoy the bear market weekend.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
Take care. So happy Friday, everybody. Let's see here. What we got going on? We've got an official bear market for the SPY now. What else? What else is doing? I think Apple is really rolled over now, right? Do they come for Microsoft again today? Let's take a look here. Let's see. Yeah, they come for Microsoft now. We're getting to some pretty interesting levels on some of these here. So, well, that's that. Wow, it looks like Barry had no questions coming in here at the end of the day. Sam, what's happening? I had to put a bunch of simulated orders in Apple today. That's funny. I forgot that they would be there. Interesting. What's the pre-pandemic high of Apple? I don't think we got there, but I wouldn't be surprised to see us. Wouldn't be surprised to see us somewhere down this levels here. I feel like that would be a stretch getting back to $100, but I mean, anything's possible. Willow, what's happening? Happy Friday. And we said anything's possible. I really do think. So anybody that's been hanging around these with me for long enough now knows that, you know, I said back whenever that Ukraine invasion started, you know, Russia came into Ukraine or anything like that. I said at that time it looked like we've got a head and shoulders on the SPY, or complex head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it. And you know, we measure top to neckline, and that's about let's see, so 480 to 425, it's about 55 points. And that put us around the 370-ish target there. If we put the neckline there, I've had some people argue with me that the neckline should be up here at 430. That would put us at a 375, and we're at you know, we touched 370. We touched 370 something? No, 380 and change. So we're almost just about there on that measured target. Just about there. So make of that what you will. I don't think that's the end of the sell-off when we hit that target. I think that's just a part of it. I do think my software's frozen. I do think there is a very good chance we see all the way down here to 340-ish or so on the SPY, quite personally. Will it happen? I don't know. But I mean, the sell-off is pretty massive, and we haven't seen capitulation yet, I don't think. You know, capitulation will signal kind of the end of the major selling off, and maybe a drift down afterwards. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some kind of capitulation that gets us to here, and then a drift down to touch that area before maybe someday we'll see a bull market again. But I don't get paid for my opinion. I get paid to look at charts and make well-managed risk entries and exits of those charts. So that's that. Yeah, those anchored view ops are some interesting levels for sure, Sam. There's no question about that. Well, yeah, here's the thing. You've had a long time that shorts have been burned for any, holding shorts for any period of time in this market, they've gotten burned real bad. If we come back to here, going all the way back, there's a down sell, we move up. All right, it was looking like a dead cat bounce, right? And we're selling off again. Wrong. Going a wicked tear, right? There's that slight sell off. We can't possibly go up anymore. Wrong. Here we go. All right, this is the real sell off. Wrong. And then this is finally where the winds really changed here. And I'll say this, while the S&P or the SPY continue to make those all-time highs, something had changed back here for sure, though, on the underlying market itself. You look at market breadth and things like that. There's more lows and highs and things like that coming in. But the darlings of the market continue to drag it up all the way to this point. And now the darlings, they've come for the darlings at the beginning here. Now they've really come for the rest of the darlings of the market here. And that's that. Yeah, I think we'll get that cleared to the downside, no problem. 38. Yeah, I think we'll clear that. I mean, here comes the buying machines, of course, as we say all this talk. And I am no bear whatsoever. It took me for me to really become bearish. I didn't get really bearish. I won't say I'm really bearish, but it's bear. It's a bear market. There's no question about it. But I was holding on to the possibilities of a bull market right up until this happened, right in there. And every bounce is now suspect, where every sell-off had been suspect for a long time. We sold off. We've seen this before. Garden variety connection made this bounce and another sell-off, and then this big bounce here. It had me thinking, all right, well, we'll just continue business as usual. It doesn't matter that inflation's run rampant, and there's more conflicts happening around the world and all that. It's been going on for the last decade, and we've been moving up. But underneath, Piper came, time to pay. That's all there is to it. So yeah, all about that placement. That's exactly it. Whoops. So it looks like my races froze. The software, my noise canceling software, really screws with the trade ideas. Let's see here. All right, well, that's not fun. All right, switching things up for the mic here, because software I'm using for my noise canceling, my computer just can't handle it no more. Well, looks like it killed my mic again. So sorry, I was on mute for a minute. What I was trying to illustrate here while I hit me on mute is that, we're making these lower highs, like steps down, and these lower lows. And, I pick on the K-Web a lot for that over the last 15, 16 months. It's the SPY's turn, I'm not discriminatory on which charts I'm going to pick on. And, we've got, we've really got a set of lower highs that are looking real bad right here, and the sharp declines too. Each rally is violently sold off afterwards. Well, I won't say violently, but immediately sold off. We had this big volume move here, and now the volumes come back down again. I won't be surprised if we wake up and we've got some serious selling off with some serious volume on Monday, to be quite honest. Yeah, those companies, hopefully they work out for you. EGY, and as well, Michael Anthony, I don't do the fundamental side of things, but this chart is not terrible. So it's actually a pretty okay chart. You can see I looked at it, probably traded it back here somewhere. Who knows? You got that nice symmetrical triangle happening right there. So if energy catches a bid, it's actually a nice looking chart overall. Not a big float. Much more cash than debt that we report here. I see the numbers that you got there, so these probably need to be updated. We'll probably update next week or so. Earnings are even behind it. And so, yeah, that's a good looking chart. From a technical standpoint, I feel like this is a good looking chart. I mean, look, if we really roll over, there's going to be nothing safe. It's just as simple as that, especially long term. Hi, Chris. Just snipping on inflation this morning. So you've heard that the teen babysitters are now charging $30 an hour. Well, God bless their souls for taking care of those kids. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This gets usually updated. I can't remember how often these either get updated once a month or twice a month, these numbers. So I would, I'll look for this to get updated in the not too distant future. And childcare is expensive. Don't matter if it's a teen babysitter or or professional nanny service or anything like that. So, excuse my yawning. So even this scan, put me out some decent winners earlier today, but nothing happening at positive now. It doesn't look like. You got a lot of kind of junky stocks coming through it, even with the market coming back a little bit. This is interesting. This has got some volume coming into it here. Quite a move actually right here. I was just teasing, Michael sent a message, Max Payne theory that the SPY will close green, just to mess with everybody. He said the harder we rally now, the harder we sell off on Monday. Yeah, retailers are going to get slammed. I don't think we've begun to see the pain that's going to happen for pricing of food and clothes and toothpaste and razors and vitamins and soap and tissues and paper towels and toilet paper. I think people are about to be in for a rude awakening in the next 4 to 6 weeks. What's going to happen? You've got these big rig diesel trucks and stuff like that, costing thousands of dollars to fill them now, that ship everything around here. It's just not sustainable. Some things are going to break, and that's all there is to it. SCPL, no idea what that is. Some company that's spiking, according to my Bollinger Band scan here. Sounds like a word salad going on here. Development and publishing of digital games on mobile and web platforms offers social casino games that include Jackpot Patty Casino, Goldfish Casino, Hot Shot Casino, Quick Hit Slots, Monopoly Slots, and 80 Fortune Slots. Casual games, which includes Bingo Showdown and Solitaire Pets Adventure. Company was founded in 2018. Sounds like a big nonsense company. We can see, I would say that that's ripe for another real nice sell-off right here after this rally that's got going on. Yep. I mean, look, this isn't the first time the world's seen anything like this. It's the first time the world's seen anything like this coming out of a pandemic. But, this is one of those things where, it's nice to be a connected world and, globalization, all those things like that, where travel becomes more streamlined and easier and communications. But this is the other part of it where global supply chains are very linked, and giving up your own home supply chain. So, these are all things that, everybody will say, oh, we never could forecast this in our models and blah, 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 blah. And it just kind of is what it is. So anyways, that is what it is. So yeah, this is interesting. Had this kind of spike right here towards the end. Just fell off. Those numbers were much higher a moment ago. Yeah, we'll see what this whole, I'm not even going to say what, I'm not even saying it out loud. I refuse to say it. I've already muted it on Twitter. I don't want to hear it. Anyways, that's that. Like I've maintained for a long time, though, there's been 1,000,001 reasons for us to sell off for years, and we've kept going up. And, as far as I can see, the sell-off continues. If somehow some kind of rally happened, we got back above 400 on the SPY, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, would I think it's normal? Absolutely not. Would I think it's justified? Absolutely not. But, whatever is anymore. On the Trade Ideas Twitter account, no, we do not take turns. It was run by Sean for a long time. He left, and Dan took it over. So that's all. It's all Dan's handiwork. I just run my own Twitter account. Sometimes I shut my Twitter account down when I'm just, there's a little too much going on in my life and I need to take a break from social media. So wow, this SIGA, it's all day long, all day strong. This will be my regret of the week. I saw it around in here and I thought to myself, is this one of those early ones I jump on? And I decided not to. And then I was in a meeting with some people from the CMT, and then this happened. I was like, well, I'm not going to jump in it now, here at around noon. So it happens. Years ago, I put some of my own more personal feelings on some things in my personal Twitter account. But I think people also got confused, based on some of the things I'd retweet, whether, things that I either supported or believed. And I think a lot of things got misconstrued about whatever. And so I decided I just don't put anything really personal on Twitter anymore. Stick to charts and scans and market jokes and things like that. CPG. What do you look like, CPG? That's a nice looking chart right there. I mean, and by nice, the rest of the market's getting clobbered. And this thing ain't getting clobbered. We look at, look at this here. After this move, we had a nice consolidation and a move up. We came back and tested this consolidation and a move back up, and we made another consolidation here. We come back down and tested just above these lows before, so we even take out those lows with a nice move after those earnings. That doesn't mean it's going to keep moving up, but it's certainly, if we get a relief bounce again, like we had earlier in this week, this is setting itself up for a nice bounce with that relief. Yep, exactly. That's exactly it. So, I want to be on, there's people that I've met great people through Twitter. I've really made some great connections. So I don't want to give that part of it up, but I just made sure that I've cut anything political out. What I tell everybody is that I believe that everybody should keep whatever they believe in the voting booth. That's it. That's where it belongs. You want to talk about it at your dinner table with your closest friends, family, so be it. The rest should be left, keep it as light as possible. We got last 15-minute bar on that SPY. Take a look here. So we got forming here. We made quite a move. Really, I can't believe it. Up at 387 now. Rejected right here. Let's say pros close the market. Let's see what the pros can do the last 15 minutes. Okay. Interesting. Andy just put something out there. The hardest thing to do right now is short the close on these up moves. And look if you did. You shorted the close here, boom. If you shorted the close here, boom. You shorted the close here, boom. That was a real big boom. You shorted the close here, boom. I mean, so it's a complete flip where it was, buying if there was a sell-off at the close for all these years, if you bought that sell-off, you're probably looking real good the next day. We've completely flipped the script right now. How can you find me on Twitter? Here. Look for that on Twitter. That's how you'll find me. CDVE. I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly the thing too, Sam. I mean, it's hard to short things when, after so many years, short sellers got punished if they held for any period of time. So, I still think there's a lot of people that, remember that. PED. PEDS. I don't know. I mean, I don't see anything special here, but it's a low risk to reward, I suppose. I mean, let's say massive buy-in balance is coming in right now. Hysterical. I mean, let's say you took, depending on what everybody's risk appetite is, but you took a few hundred shares and you put your stop at 0. I mean, it's not, for me as I think of a lot of stuff as swing trading ideas. I mean, I wouldn't be trying to day trade this thing. From here to here is a 5-cent move, or 10-cent move right there. So I'm all good on that. I don't want to have to take, 2,000 shares to make a trade that's worth it on something like that. But, if you took a few hundred shares and you end up with one of these runs right here, that'd be a nice side to be on. Yeah, that's my Twitter account. So careful. Generally speaking, if someone follows me, I know they're a real person. I generally follow back. So if you don't want me to follow you, has no debt and it's oil. Interesting. Where are they? What do they do though? Acquisition, export, development of oil, natural gas assets. They're in the Permian. So here's the thing: domestic oil, we're having trouble with domestic oil because everything's set up that people don't want to invest. So here's what a lot of people don't understand. You hear hear these sound bites like, there's 9,000 available leases for land. But the problem is not just getting the lease, it's the approval afterwards. And then what you're allowed to do with that land. And so, there's a lot of people that got burned in 2014, 15, and 16 by investing in land, trying to drill, and then they couldn't do what they wanted to with that land, and they lost all that money from investing in it. So there, I know a lot of people in the oil and gas space. And so there's people that they don't want to put the money to work in this country because the policies of this country literally hate fossil fuels. So, why am I going to, you want me to put money into drilling and everything like that, but you won't let me do it my way, number one. Number two, I can't sell the oil or the gas how I want to. And then number three, you guys make more policies that screw me over, but I still have to listen to you tell me how I'm the bad guy and I'm price gouging. So, the people just don't want to invest the money in this stuff. It's just that simple. And that's why you're finding all of a sudden domestic producers those charts aren't looking great anymore. This is one that, I would think would be doing better than it is. It still looks okay overall, but, I would think this would look a lot better than it currently does. This one still looks pretty good, actually. This actually looks really good still. Nice symmetrical triangle happening right there. Definitely some plays, but I don't own I own nothing right now. I own cash. I'm all cash again. I ain't taking nothing home over the weekend. Take a look at BHC. Did I look at this? No. Nope, no way I would take something like that home. Get out of here. This thing looks ripe to come right back down and test its lows again. I mean, nice curl happening right here. Not a chance. Rejected into that gap. That's pharmaceutical. So I prefer not to get hurt by that as well. Obviously, they've been in a nice downtrend and just bang, got destroyed right there. So no, nothing I like there. On a technical look, this chart is no bueno. I mean, look at that. Look at that beautiful downtrend right there. And just, rejected, 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 rejected. Got up over it. Nope. Rejected, rejected all through here. And then bang. Just couldn't hold it anymore. Yeah, it's the unfortunate part about it. Politics and government get in the way of good things. You really want something to get destroyed. Make sure government gets involved. It's unfortunate. It is what it is, though. BHC Kramer's in. Oh, that should, without a question, be your sell signal. I mean, if anybody ever creates an inverse Kramer fund, they'll probably be retiring in 5 years at this point. I mean, Jim Cramer might be the nicest guy on the planet. He might be the best guy to hang out in a garden and have a beer with, or, get a burger with at a pub or something. But he's a paid TV personality. He's not a stock trader anymore. And when he was a stock trader, he, did not do things exactly the most honest and forthcoming way, let's just say. So it's, it is what it is. He wrote it down from the 26 area. That's awesome. Legendary. I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, he's a TV personality. He's there to get people to watch and engage and interact and all those things like that. He's not there to educate. I don't care what anybody says. Well, look, become a day trader's market. Take the money while it's there. Find yourself some strong day trading scans. I've shared some of these ones that I've had here. I've had some decent stuff come through them today. I mean, SIGA, was that an easy one to take? Not for everybody, probably not. This was, this came in early. Again, was it easy? No. But was there money on there? Yep. Redbox, another one. Again, it's made another nice move today again to make some money on for sure. KDNY, another one here. All these came through the scan in a bunch today, so, there was definitely money to be made in all these. I don't think this one would have really, that's actually not a bad spread. I'm surprised. I thought this would have had a much wider spread. So, all right, they're definitely, it was a thinner traded stock, but, there's definitely something here. Definitely some money could have been made on that. We're setting the world on fire, but ends up all right. This one, beautiful. This was coming in earlier through in here. All right. And then again, all through here. So here's another one. That's garbage. That's garbage. And there's another nice move that we could have found in this too. So this was coming in earlier in here. And came in again in here somewhere into the close. So this Bollinger Band scan's not bad. Probably could be refined a little bit more. Yeah, exactly. Espin, entertainer. He's an entertainer, you know. So, and like I said, it's no comment on him personally. Look, he gets paid by CNBC. You know, he probably takes a nice paycheck home from them. He gets paid to do what he loves, talk about stocks, and, you know, talks to all kinds of interesting people and all those things like that. I bet going out to dinner with Kramer would probably be awesome. You know, I'm just guessing. I don't know him. Maybe he is the worst person in the world. I don't know. But, you know, anybody that's, you know, doing any kind of finance for a living, you know, you talk to people and stuff, but your ideas should be your ideas, you know. You know, it's how I think it works in general, personally, you know, that's all. So I share this Bollinger Band scan out again. I mean, I think everybody here has it that wants it, but, you know, if you don't, here it comes again at you. And then just please make sure any scans that I've shared with you folks over the last couple of weeks, you, if you like them, you know, you really make sure you save them to the cloud or anything like that, because I'm probably going to go through and really empty out my cloud this weekend. You know, really get rid of stuff that I don't use in general. So, anywho, so that's the markets closed. Ding, 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 ding. We're all done. Another week in the books. SPY closed strong as heck. All things considered. So was that the bottom? I mean, will it surprise me if it's the bottom? Absolutely not. Depending on where you want to measure that neckline on that head and shoulders, we could have touched a perfect head and shoulders target today. So, you know, Chris, what is the minimum percent you expect the stock to move out in a trade? Will you enter it? You know, it's funny. I never have like a minimum percent. What I look at is I look at where the resistance is looking left almost always. So, for example, something like SIGA, I would have looked today, and had I taken this in here like I probably should have, I would have looked at this is my stop, and I would have looked at that side as my target. I would have looked at the down here as my stop and up there as my target, and, you know, I would have entered somewhere in here. So it's probably a 1-to-1 ratio, more or less. I'm not afraid of having a tighter ratio on a day trade versus swing trade. I try to keep it a minimum of 1-to-1, but that's what I would have done there. A lot of times when I'm making a day trade, my go-to stops, and it'll vary from stock to stock, are either going to be an 8 EMA or 20 SMA on a 15-minute chart. A prior 15-minute candle can supersede that depending on what the price action looks like, and a low of the day also. You know, if we're in some kind of serious consolidation, a low, you know, early on in the day, a low of the day will be my other go-to. Those are my main go-tos as far as stops go. I'm going to look left and see what kind of room it has to run. This won't be an end-all be-all. Now, here's the other thing that I would consider for this. While, yes, I'd be looking at a high of yesterday as a possible target, I also would have noted the fact that while we have this high of yesterday, we had this really nice increased volume coming in, and that signaled to me that maybe we're getting ready to ramp up and ram right through there. Now, there's probably a good chance, especially on a day trade, that, you know, we got to that area, and if we kind of wicked around there and I was up, I might sell a quarter or a third of a position and then move my stop up a bit. So that's kind of what I would be thinking there, TRD. And it's going to be very stock to stock. Now, if I'm getting in a swing trade, I want to see a minimum of like 1.75 on a ratio. So I won't use it as a percent to 1 on that target. And the target's always potential. It's where do I think it could possibly go? The 1 is also where I think it could possibly go on the downside, but I'm not holding out the entire position to get here, but I will get out of my entire position if we get down here. That's how that'll work on a swing trade. His wife told him not to invest in longer. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know that much about the guy. I know he likes to garden, I think, right? Right. You always just got to be careful about buying, dips though too. I mean, if you're buying dips on a stock that's been an uptrend, yeah, totally adding to a winning position for sure. Don't add to a losing position though on a downtrend. For example, just even using this chart, if you thought, all right, oh, we've got this move here and maybe we're going to break out up here and you bought on this day here, and you'd say to yourself, well, we're in the short-term uptrend and I bought here and then the stock moves like that. Well, we're in an overall longer downtrend, so I wouldn't be adding on something like that. And while you could say, oh, well, look what it did here, there's no way to know back here that this was ever going to happen. And you would have been feeling serious pain for that couple of weeks on that move down off that, especially adding, if you added on the original dips in here, and then he just kept moving against you, that would have been pretty uncomfortable to sit through. So, but yes, on a, I don't have a chart in front of me that's going to illustrate it well right now, but, I guess we can always go to a SPY chart. It's always good to show that. Yeah, you're welcome. Always, share the things that, I've come up with that have worked for me. It doesn't mean it's going to work for someone else. No, it doesn't, but it could. And if nothing else, it gives you, hopefully it opens the avenues of your mind of what to look at, So other people say EMA is kind of too tight for me. Some people feel like that. And sometimes the EMA is too tight for me as well. That's why I don't always use it. It just depends a little bit. But, going back to, as far as swing trading and uptrends and adding to a position, if we look, it's been a downtrend for a while, but, looking long-term here, all of a sudden, we've come out of this sideways move that happened here, and we're in this nice uptrend here, all right? So let me get rid of some of this drawing. And in this, we see, for example, we're in this uptrend here, and we decide, let's take the position here. We've cleared that, and now we're in this uptrend, and we have this pullback, and we continue the uptrend, all right, and we get this pullback here. That might have been a spot to add to in a continuing uptrend. And then, if we see this pullback again, we could kill some of it or not. These would have been harder uptrends to add to, the way it just got really jagged here. But, in another uptrend here, we could have said, well, we've now broken this level here, and maybe I'm adding to it here, and we get part of this. We get this pullback. We never took out where we added to from before. We start to move up again. We can add again, And so, these are the things to study charts like this to try to recognize things like this earlier in the pattern and in the uptrend. It's not easy. It's hard to do. What we do is hard. It's just that simple. And, it goes back to the saying, if it was easy, everybody would do it, and blah, 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 blah. So we try to find those indicators that we like, whether it's some kind of MACD or it's some kind of RSI or it's some kind of stochastics, some kind of moving averages, ADX, MDI, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. And every single one of them does the exact same thing. They're all just trying to capture trend. That's all we're trying to do is capture trend. Oops. Sorry, just reading some emails that had come in for me. So, well, that was that, and we're in the weekend now, so I don't even have an active scan to look at now. We talked about earlier in this week, the shippers. I mean, look at these shippers, all right? Everybody else selling off. That's a nice look on the shippers, to be honest, right now. Interesting stuff. So this thing won a lot of these races here today, but very sporadic. When you see things skipping around like that on an intraday chart, I'm not usually a fan, and only 325,000 shares traded on the day. So speaking of Permian Basin, what a move from that. I did that on some serious volume today. Look at that. So look at this, you know. That range, and even we can do this. An ascending triangle. Now, actually, generally speaking, ascending triangles usually resolve themselves this way. This did not. That's even, we can say, twice that it resolved itself like that now. But this is going to be related to energy. These guys finance a lot of energy, I'm betting. The Permian Basin, for those that aren't familiar, is in Texas. All right, let's see what else came through this guy here today. So this one also put some okay alerts out. This one, no, not so much. Serious move today. Holy cow. So again, look, this scan, I mean, really put some stuff out. And it's interesting putting this as the most winners here with what I'm finding. What a move. I mean, what a move. Wow. Now, this is just a one and done move off the open, essentially. Not so good. Not so good. And very strong close. I think we saw this one before on a different scan too. Yeah, CMM right here. So confirmation on multiple scans with that coming through. right. What else? What else? What else? What else? How many times a day today did traders get shaken out of there before making that last leg up? Too many to count. Yeah, well, I mean, and that's, trading in general. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at this chart. There's nothing easy about any. Look at all these topping shadows through this part here, and you get the bottoming ones here, and then you get the topping again, and more topping. I mean, that's why a lot of these, it also depends on the time frame you're looking at. They look better or worse to some of these charts. Yep, and that's why when you've got things like this going on, you start taking smaller positions too. For sure, you have to. NUE. What does that look like? What a wicked downtrend. Yeah, I'm still here. You folks can hear me, yes? All right, I believe you can all hear me still. All right, I believe. Yeah, all right, just tested it. Very good. Here's one. This came in early this morning. I put a price alert and see if I could catch it, but I was going to take it right here under 10, and it halted. And I was like, well, that'll do it for me. Take a small position in it. Haven't cleared that range. All right, perfect. Y'all went dormant on me for a minute. Wow, 418 already. All right, I'm running out of steam here, folks. what thoughts do I have left here? Not a whole lot. This one broke my heart. I was watching this. I thought, all right, had that sell off and kind of held this level from back in here, from way back there. We started to move up nice. We got this gap up, and I thought, all right, we're going to continue. We got this nice move, and we did that. And we did that real fast. Poor biotechs. They'll shine again someday. Caleb just continues to prove me right. Lower highs. But we'll see if we can get back. This was some extreme stuff in there. I would be surprised. I'd be surprised if we took this level out on the K-Web, to be honest. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's all about that. It's a puzzle. Everything we do is a puzzle. We get to choose the pieces of the puzzle we want, but an important piece is always going to be share size. There's nothing worse than being uncomfortable in a trade, and it happens. It's just and it's funny because how many times you have a winner and you're like, I didn't take enough shares. And then you decide to take more shares the next time, and it's a loser. And you're like, why did I take so many shares? I mean, I still have it happen to me. So. I can't think of a specific scan for that, but it's something we could whip out real quick, and then I'm gonna get ready to cut out of here a few minutes early, I think, today. Let's add that alert. So go with a new high and search. Let's see, change. Oops. No, change. No. All right, we got to go with position. Let's say position and 5-day range. Let's add that filter. And I'm just kind of spitballing this here together. See what this looks like. So, not very many things coming through that. Let's get rid of this consecutive days. Almost all these coming through are going to be inverse ETFs. Hysterical. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to find stuff like that right now because anything that comes through everything's already sold. Nothing's, bouncing that hard right now, TRD. So this would be something you want to find more in either a sideways market or an uptrending market. Everything that's going to come through this right now is going to be, look at this. It's all inverse ETFs, essentially, literally all inverse ETFs. And any of these ones that made that move, they all end up looking okay, actually. But here, TRD, send in an email with some thoughts of what you're looking for, and myself or maybe Stephanie will see if we can put something together over the weekend for you. My brain's a little gassed at the moment trying to think of something, and everything that's come through this actually didn't look bad. maybe the earlier alerts look better. CVET, so yeah, but that's right on the open. You don't want to short anything on the open. Ends up being a good short for a little bit. Yeah, those are all inverse ETFs. So they're, when the averages are declining, those are going up. So, all right, that's going to wrap it up for me for the week, folks. All the regular stuff that I go over, share sizing is super important. Don't fight trends. You got some profits, lock some in. This is more maybe of an environment also to consider. You're up a bit, sell the whole lot. Don't sell half and wait for any of it to turn around on you. You're very welcome. Really, I very much enjoy doing all this. So, the other thing too is, in this tough tape, if you really don't have to trade, you've got other income means or anything like that, take a break from it if you're struggling. I mean, if you're doing well, keep plugging at what you're doing. There's no reason to change anything if you're doing well, obviously. I think no matter what, the important stuff also that people discount for any kind of traders, get away from your screens for a few minutes, get away from the charts for a little bit. Do some journaling or some kind of voice memos talking about anything in life in general. Taking care of that mental health, making sure your batteries are charged, especially in the times like this. These are the kind of markets that quote unquote the phoenixes will rise from the ashes on this, and when the dust settles, the people that the people that really, took care of themselves, their accounts, made the right decisions, sat back, they're the ones that are going to do really well, and coming out of it. Interesting. Calling a move to 3,500 on the S&P. I won't be surprised, Larry, if it gets there. It won't surprise me whatsoever. Nothing surprised. Listen, if we got back above 400 and 415 and 420, I wouldn't be surprised. And if we went all the way down to 340, I won't be surprised. there's nothing this market could, do that could surprise me at this point. I don't think there is anyways. There's things that quote unquote unexpected, sure, but surprised, no. I mean, it's a wild market, and that's all there is to it. So, all right, I thank you all very kindly. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for popping in. You all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the weekend, and I will catch you all on the other side of it. I hope. All right, take care. Bye-bye.